Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Saturday, July 5th, 2025, and we are here at the Polderbaan, which is now in use for arrivals as the only runway for the time being, until approximately 3:20, and then an hour of parallel arrivals are going to commence. They've cut the grass over here, and I'm standing a bit further to the south than yesterday so that the mound is not in the way because they haven't moved it. It's still there, still the same height. So I'm a bit closer to the parking lot than I normally would be. It's nice to see that they have cut the grass over here. First airplane of the day, E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 1984, returning from Belgrade. A very good afternoon to everybody who has joined. Just in time, because the first Queen is in Dutch airspace already and is making its way over here. Overcast. This morning we had a bit of drizzle. Initially it was looking like it was going to rain a bit harder than eventually it turned out it did. But that was after the fact. A quick look to see that the stream is working, and here we have Atlas Air arriving from Almaty. That's the first Queen of the show. It is in Dutch airspace already. It's coming this way. And we have a Martin Air Cargo KLM 747 that is expected around 6:12. Today's Emirates A380 arriving 10 minutes to 8 if all is well. For now, that is all. There is another 747 on the way, but that is expected around 9, which is going to be too late for me to stick around for. As you guys can see, we have wind blowing from the west-southwest, 17 knots, so pretty much crosswind. It's 21 degrees. We do have a ceiling at 2,500 feet. Below the ceiling we have good visibility. And we have our first widebody coming in, KLM flight 636. A good afternoon to all who have joined. Jörg also in the chat, good to see you mate, hope all is well. Jordi Ying, Michael DCA, Wolfgang, Servus mate, Doug, Daniel. Welcome one and all. HBQC. Idle reverse landing. Really is lovely to see that they have cut the grass over here. It is flat everywhere, at least before the pipes. Not sure if they also did the part north of the pipes, but I never stand there, so whatever. On the scale of chimney smoke, things currently look like so. Tina, goedemiddag. Maria, bom dia. Doekmeun, goedemiddag. Wombat Parade. Marijke, goedemiddag. Good afternoon to you all. Eric, good afternoon. Is that a pigeon? I'm not exactly sure. Little doggo. A little doggo over there. Doggo is playing. This is where the wind is coming from. For the next couple of hours it should stay dry. Whether or not it is going to stay entirely dry until the A380 has landed remains to be seen. Last time I checked, it was looking like it was going to stay dry, so fingers crossed. Did bring my umbrella with me just to be sure. Henk, goedemiddag. Arno, goedemiddag. Joris saw me when I was walking to the spot, and you didn't say hi. Come on, next time say hi, mate. Don't be shy. Ruud, goedemiddag. Jillard, goedemiddag. Totti, good afternoon. Transavia flight 6864 is next to land here. It's an A321neo. Returning from Athens in Greece, 3 hours and 5 minutes on the way, nominal flight duration. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Zulu. The first of the rentals, the lease A321s. BA is next after that. Right, off-axis butt shot, courtesy of the more southerly location than normal. Next airplane is KLM, British KLM, British Airways, flight 438. It's an A319 arriving from London Heathrow. You know,
fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
43 minutes on the way. Golf Echo Uniform Papa Oscar is the registration. Gupo. 25-year-old airplane. First flight July 2000. Crab, crab, crabbity crab. Martin will wave when he comes by on his bicycle. And don't forget to yell as well. Otherwise, I might not see it. Hadi Maurice, goedemiddag. Nico, yep, krabsalad today. Absolutely. Laleinders, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Vashro Darshane, good evening. Hope you're doing well, mate. Welcome back. So yeah, this morning it was looking like it was going to rain. In the end, it wasn't too bad, like it is often the case. But yeah, what I saw on the radar this morning at 7 looked very imposing. Turns out it more or less evaporated as it drifted onto land. Good reason to sleep in, which was also needed in my case. So game plan for today is to stick around until the Emirates A380 has landed, Emirates Flight 149 that is. In the meantime, a very good afternoon to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan. Polderbaan, where the winds are blowing from the west-southwest with 17 knots according to the latest METAR. Means pretty much crosswind. It's not going to, it's not expected that it'll die down pretty soon. Jeffy Mass asks if the Transavia just now landing was the new livery. To be honest, I did not pay attention, so I don't know. We'll have to catch it if it clears, once it clears the fire station. To me, that does not look like a new iteration of their livery. If it is, then I am turning blind or fail to recognize the undoubtedly subtle differences in that case. To me, it looks like their current standard livery, but I'm not exactly sure. I thought that the upgrade was pretty subtle, but I don't know exactly if it was. Undoubtedly, there are people who now in the chat present who do know for sure. Yeah, indeed, Dukeman. Will the rain come or not? It was looking like it this morning when I checked out all the weather apps and the radar at 7 AM, and I figured, well, best not risk it and turn around, sleep in. Initially, it was looking like it might start raining here in the west come 7-8 PM, but last time I checked before going out, it looked like only a few droplets, and later tonight, 9 to 10 PM. So fools, well, we should stay dry here. I did bring my small storm umbrella with me just in case. Should be good here, at least until the Emirates A380 has landed. Michael says fish, chips and tea, you portray us Brits very well, boy. It's a soundbite from the movie Snatch, to be frank, Michael. If you never saw, you probably won't recognize, but that is cousin Avi, who is in the diamond trade, and or at least the character is in the diamond trade and is from New York. But there was an 86 carat stone in London. That's why they took the Concorde, because it was a film from 2000, to hop over the pond to have a look at the diamond. 86 carats. Where? London. London. Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Excellent movie. If you never saw, highly recommend it. It's one of the famous Guy Ritchie movies. Bas, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. They've cut the grass on this side, next to the cycling path. At least until the pipes. I'm not sure if they also took the grass down north of the pipes, but at least over here they have. That's nice, makes it a bit easier to set up. In the meantime, wind is blowing from the west, means that the airplanes are crabbing. This is KLM flight 916, it is arriving from Aberdeen in Scotland. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Victor. Flight time an hour precisely. Lalijners is informing us that the 747 is expected in 3 minutes. Let's see if we maybe are able to catch a glimpse of it. Well, there is a ceiling at 3,500 feet, or what was it? Where is the airplane? Oh, it's already, well, on paper, somewhere over there, it should be flying. Oh, hey! Speaking of the devil, there she is. First queen of the show, Atlas Air arriving from Almaty, now turning in. Third to land. Or is it second by now? Yeah, second to land. KLM already touched down. EasyJet will be next. And after that, it is going to be this queen, now number 2. Atlas Air, one of 2 queens that we are going to see here today. I'm not sure if we are going to see the KLM 747 land on this runway as well. Oh, check out this beautiful combo shot. 2 consecutive airplanes here. Oh, that has thumbnail written all over it, doesn't it? Oh, grazing the clouds. And also wing fluffing a bit. Adi Clemencia, goedemiddag, good to see ya. Rookie Scott, good afternoon. Makoud, good afternoon. Peter Brugge, goedemiddag. Blue Sky Sim, good afternoon. Karsten, guten Tag, good to see you all. Karsten wonders what time the Emirates A380 is going to land. Last time we checked a couple of minutes ago, its ETA was 7:50 p.m., 10 to 8. EasyJet has landed and here she is. Next airplane to land, first queen of the show, Atlas Air Flight 8153 arriving from Almaty. 747-400 freighter, the November 408 Mike Charlie. The 747 we're now looking at is 26 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight December 1998, hailing from the previous millennium, a true millennial. Hey, Frank Aviator, also in the chat. Good morning, good afternoon, I should say. Adriaan as well. Goedemiddag, Adriaan. Yeah, well, I woke up this morning. I did set my alarm at 7, had a look at the weather radar. Was looking like there was a lot of rain over the North Sea and it was drifting in from east to west, from west to east. Figured probably not the best idea to go out in the morning hours. Wait it out, sleep in, and then go out in the afternoon. Of course, with hindsight, I could have gone out easily didn't rain that much here in the west, but that's something you never know beforehand with certainty. It was looking very imposing. So I figured, yeah, let's do an afternoon stream, catch the evening rush hour coming in from Asia, and stick around until the A380 has landed, but not the first, but the second of the day. Yeah, 747 cargo expected in 3 hours. I don't know, since I don't stream very often at this time of day, I don't know the times of the inbound and rush hour peak hours by heart. So I don't know for sure if the KLM 747 will land at a time where only one runway is open for inbound traffic, and hence it's going to land here on the Polderbaan, or if it maybe will land during an inbound rush hour and might go to center. Queenie is scrubbing. Will she use the reversers? Let's look and listen. Come on. No. More reversers, damn it. Yes. That's what we're talking about. Right, that was the first of two. A KLM Cargo 747 is also underway and is expected in a couple of hours from now. Let's see, what else do we have in store? An A321neo from KLM next, arriving from Rome. A321neo from KLM behind that, arriving from bloody Helsinki. Always mounds in the way here, always. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar so that you guys can see what we are expecting. Yeah, this is the wind situation. I'm not sure if there's a new meter out, but we can have a look. 15 knots, south-southwest, still pretty much crosswind. We still have a ceiling at 2,500 feet. Oh, and it's not very cold, luckily. 21 degrees C. Now looking at Flight Radar to see what is in store. This is the Queen that just vacated the runway. This is Jesus. Jesus is flying from Jersey to Birmingham. Next 747 is going to be this one, also arriving from Almaty. Its ETA is 6:12 p.m. And the Emirates A380, the second flight of the day, is expected, well, 12 minutes to 8. There is another 747 underway arriving from Miami. It has an ETA of 9:03 p.m. That's going to be too late for me, but I am going to stick around until these two have landed, rest assured. So let me paste the meter in the ticker. See that Lance is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And then let's turn around the camera and focus on the next airplanes coming in. There were two KLM A321 Neos, and after that, what was it? EasyJet or so. Let's turn around. Well, first A321 Neo just now touchdown. Here she is. Fax A, the first one of the bunch. A very good afternoon to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Mike S, good to see ya. Mr. President, good afternoon. Danielle, goedemiddag. Dave A010 also back, good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. So even though we have a ceiling at 2,600 feet, we can still see the glide slope, luckily. Oh yeah, it was Iceland Air that was next after that, the MAX 8737 and an A321 Neo next, KLM flight 1252, arriving from bloody Helsinki, Finland. That is Fax C. Unfortunately, no 757 like we saw yesterday. Liewe also back in the chat. Goedemiddag, Liewe. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Elva also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome, one and all. If you joined us only minutes ago, you may have missed the first Queen already. There's another one underway. Expected between 6 and 6:30. And shortly before 8 we are going to see the Emirates A380 of the show. Hey, goeiedag.
Mag ik met jou op de foto?
Ja, tuurlijk mag dat.
Oké.
Even goed timen tussen de landingen door. Met wie heb ik het genoegen? Hoe heet je? Guus. Just a second and the A321neo has landed. Let me fixate the camera. Let me also take down the hoodie so that you can see my face.
Air Force One zien filmen.
Oh, leuk man. Was je ook bij de Kaagbaan toen op die dag?
Nee, jammer nog niet. Maar...
Een stukje video. Hey. Even goed checken. Is die goed gelukt? Is die goed gelukt? Ah ja, perfect. Top.
Ja, wil je het nog hebben?
Oh ja hoor, dat kan. Mijn e-mailadres dat staat op mijn kanaalpagina. Ja, de
Ik
Gmail.
heel erg van je. Mijn moeder is ook een grote fan.
Ah, leuk, leuk.
Wat kan je iets voor haar in de camera zeggen?
Even iets zeggen. Hoi, groetjes van Boy. Leuk dat je fan bent.
Hey, dankjewel.
Hey, graag gedaan.
Superleuk dat je het doet.
Hartstikke graag gedaan jongens. Hey, hele fijne dag.
Ja, jij ook.
Dankjewel. Doei doei. Quick picture and a little video clip for mom who is also watching from home apparently. Alrighty, Iceland Air flight 506, Max 8737, the Tango Foxtrot India Charlie Victor. Roy says sticker. That's only for the young children. This young man was two heads higher than I was. It's only for the very smallest. I was still lucky to see the two young ladies that were coming towards me on Sunday. They were still at the parking lot and they came over to say goodbye, so I was still in time to give them stickers back then. You'll be pleased to know. Right, back to business. We have a Transavia with a symmetric flight number coming in next, 6116, another A321neo. Interesting how from KLM and from Transavia together we've now seen more A321neos land than 737s thus far. Renewal of the fleet. I'd like to reserve them for the very youngest of fans, Roy. Bill J is also back. Good to see you. Greetje, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Norman, good afternoon. Ewald, good afternoon. Erik, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome back. You're watching AMS Live, if you look at the footage, you might be inclined to think that autumn has already begun. That's not the case. It's just an autumnal day with a bit of wind, crosswind, and crabbing airplanes. It should get better and warm again later in the week, although tomorrow it might even get worse with thunderstorms possibly. I will check again tonight what the forecast for tomorrow will be. Wolfgang says it looks like you have giant moles over there with those piles everywhere. It does, doesn't it? It's quite annoying. Maybe the bird controller also needs to take care of those moles. Anyway, luckily from this vantage point, the moles the mole mound over there is not in our way. But geez Louise, it's always something here, isn't it? Silver lining of the grass being cut is that we have a good overview of what goes on in the water, and we can see that even with our improved visibility, it is still finding aquatic birds like finding a needle in a haystack. One coot over there, And I think that is about it. Yeah, well, no, is there something over? No, yeah, that's also a bird. That's also a coot by the looks of it. Yeah, so crosswindy conditions, and another narrow body is approaching. There's also a wide, no, that's also a narrow body that is approaching in the background. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from Stuttgart. And over here we have Eastern Airways, Britty Hopper, flight 1046 arriving from Birmingham. Embraer 190 long range. No sign of Russell, no, indeed. All the light masts here are clear of birds, as if they have been chased away. Thank you, Frank, for the cheerful words. After the 21st of June, days are shortening again. It'll be Christmas. Soon it'll be Christmas. Yeah. The sad thing is you're right. That's the most depressing thing about it. You say it jokingly, but it is going to be Christmas before you know it. Jason says, hey mate, looks like the weather we had here today in Perth, and it's winter. Yeah. Yeah, that's the luxury, quote unquote, of living in the Netherlands. You can have autumnal days all throughout the year. We never leave a good opportunity to celebrate a bit of crosswind and cloudy weather. At least it's dry and it's not very cold. That's the silver lining. Adrian is even giving us the number of days before it is going to be Christmas, 173. Thank you so much. Exactly the reality check that we needed. Yeah, you are right. You are right. It is, of course, Bruh. How could I forget? Here we have one of those Bruh. Ers, arriving from Stuttgart, German Airways, flight 1832. It's an Embraer 190 short range. This is the one that we used to know as Chucky. We still have that emoji as a temporary placeholder. This is it, Chucky, the pre. Good afternoon, Peter. And good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. Yeah, this is Chucky, or at least it used to be Chucky. There were lovely bonbons on the airplane, chocolate cake, pieces of chocolate with nuts in them. I can still see it in my mind's eye. It was so good looking, so tasty. Next up is going to be a Lufti A319, arriving from Munich, flight 2304. There it is. 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. Delta Alpha India Bravo Kilo is the registration. Hadi Tom, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Mark, goedemiddag. This particular airplane is 21 years old. The first flight was in February 2004. If you join us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first Queen already. Atlas Air landed here think in the first 10 minutes of the show. Maybe even in the first 5 minutes. There's another 747 underway, arriving from Almaty, KLM Cargo. Should be expected here in, what is it, 30 hours or so from now. A little less probably. Between 6 and 6:30. The Emirates A380 is expected around 7:45 to 7:45 to 7:50 p.m. local time, which you can find in the bottom left corner of your screen. Air Baltic next, arriving from Vilnius, one of their A220s in the Latvian flag livery, or at least that's what they say. Wolfgang and I know better, it's actually the Austrian flag. And it's still hidden from sight. No wait, it's going to the wrong runway. It's hidden from sight because it is going it's going to the wrong runway. And it is, where did I see it? Let's see, yeah, there it is. Always handy to have some on the ground reference, frame of reference. It is 5:30 now. That means that for an hour or so, from 3:20 until 4:20, parallel arrivals are going to commence. Today my filming is crap. Indeed it is, Frank, indeed it is. So yeah, it's going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
In the meantime, I see that Bogdan has also returned in the chat and he is celebrating 3 months of membership. Good afternoon, boy, the awesome spotter, he writes. Thank you so much for your kind words, Bogdan, and for your ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Good afternoon to you too, mate. Hope all is well. Good to have you back. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, Bogdan, and if anything in the lounge is running low on supplies or if anything is no longer to your liking, hit me up, let me see what I can do to fix it. Okay, so quite a few airplanes are arriving from the west and from the east. They're not doing a runway inspection yet. K4 is driving besides the runway. Does look like the next airplane is also turning in. That's an M190 arriving from Geneva. In the meantime, narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies. The next airplane to the center runway is also an M190. Flying over there. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, arriving from Frankfurt. The Daci. And the next airplane to the Polderbaan is turning in. Question is, can we see it already? Answer is not yet. Lance says, check out Alex Calder's 1970s abstract paint aircraft special liveries. Makes Air Baltic today look tame. Mental note to have a look at that when I am done streaming. Let's focus on the airplane that is coming this way. There it is, arriving from Geneva. Another KLM M190, flight 1934, arriving from Geneva, 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. The airplane is 15 years old, first flight January 2010. Let's see. Air Baltic, arriving from Tallinn, I think is going to the center runway. Yeah, for a moment it was looking like it was continuing its flight to the west towards the glide slope of the Polderbaan, which I would find odd. Turns out that it actually is going to the center runway like expected, as expected. Hey, ALS Capital is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan with winds blowing from the west to southwest, and the airplanes are crabbing a little bit. Tippy-toey, but lovely. If you join us later, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 already in the show. It happened in the first 10 minutes. There's another one underway, KLM Cargo 747, which is expected to land here between 6 and 6:30, coming in from Almaty. Emirates Flight 149, the second A380 of the show, is expected shortly before 8 o'clock, somewhere between 10 to 8 and a quarter to 8. Wolfgang asks if overhead traffic is spottable, and the answer is negative. Unfortunately, it is overcast and I am struggling to see bits of blue. There are bits of blue visible here and there, but this is not a day for contrail spotting or anything. Definitely not easily doable. From one Air Baltic special livery to the next, this is the Rasta livery, flight 859. Arriving from Tallinn, the Lithuanian flag livery, Yankee Lima Charlie Sierra Kilo. 2 hours and 9 minutes on the way from Tallinn to Amsterdam. 2 hours and 10 minutes now. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight was in August 2018. Hey, Lisa is also back in the chat. Lisa has turned green. Hope she's not too nauseous. Yeah man, Rastafari, indeed Frank. So, this is the Red Wine Express coming in next. KLM flight 1444. That's an M190. Arriving from Bordeaux, 1 hour and 18 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Echo, Zulu, Delta. 16-year-old airplane already. Bird control is also coming this way. First flight of the Red Wine Express in April 2009. And the airplane in the background on its left, the lights flickering, is Transavia flight 6630, which is arriving from Funchal, and that's in Madeira. There's a Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai in China, but unfortunately it's going to land on the center runway. We should be able to see it in a couple of minutes. It's flying over Merkermeer still. Ooh. Steven Seagal has arrived on the scene. Oh, only briefly. What has he called? A piece of bread? Looks like it. Sally with him. Oh, more even. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime for them. Apparently somebody left a piece of bread here. Now no more. That is going to be consumed by Steven and his mates. Daniela asks, how long will they use the other runway? An hour. So from 3:20 until 4:20 is what they are expecting. The website bezoekbus.nl indicates over here that landings are going to take place on both 18 right and 18 center from 3:20 till 4:20, and after that it's probably going to go back to just a Polderbaan. Wonder if they already have an update of the rest of the afternoon. Yeah, there you go. So this is now the expected runway use. This is the hour where parallel arrivals take place. Then from 4:20 until 5:40 only Polderbaan. The same for, so that basically means from 4:20 till 6:20, and then from 6:20 until 8:20 the center runway is also going to open up, and there's an asterisk because depending on visibility they might also use the Oostbaan. That would be good. That would be good because if they use the Oostbaan instead of the center runway, it means that they are going to send the A380 to our runway. The A380, of course, is not well. At least people say they've seen it happen that the A380 was landing on the Schiphol Oost runway. I'm sure that if push comes to shove, they will be able to give it a go. But under normal circumstances, between the Oostbaan and the Polderbaan, the A380 will land on the Polderbaan. So that would be good news. The fact that they are giving an asterisk for that time frame, and also indicate depending on whether or not there's marginal visibility, does mean that they are calculating in that there might be a worsening of the weather around that time. If that wouldn't be the case, then of course they wouldn't be giving alternative scenarios for runway use. Right now, 1 or 2 specks of blue between all the cloudiness. Doesn't mean that we can see overhead traffic easily, but still. Hey, Dirk is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Dirk. Goedemiddag. Boreas, good afternoon. Good to see you. Audrey as well, good afternoon. Wingview Sim, good afternoon. Goedemiddag. Casper, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Polderbaan. Polderbaan, one of 2 runways now in use for another 40 or so minutes expectedly. Chinese triple on the glide slope to the center runway. And the Kuwait A330neo and the A380 outbound on radar. Keep you posted. Thank you for that, Wolfgang. Keep us posted. With 2 runways open for inbound traffic, that usually means only 1 runway is open for outbound traffic. Means that the Kuwaiti and Emirates are expected to leave from runway 24. That's good for our visibility. Next airplane coming in, KLM flight 1034. And over there is also a narrow body KLM 737 arriving from Dubrovnik, and the triple should be behind it. Good exercise in seeing how far we can see up the glide slope. The answer is pretty far. There it is, the gear is extending. That is the 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai. Kein Banaan says, already quit your day job after the successful NATO streams. Well, look at the number of viewers we have right now. Look at the number of views we had in yesterday's stream. The success of the NATO streams means that a lot of new viewers came in during those streams, means that the average view duration plummeted, and that probably means that the algorithm now thinks that my content is shit, and it isn't promoting it as much, not nearly as much as it did before the NATO summit. Only a handful of subscribers yesterday, so everything has tanked to the bottom. So no, I have not. I have not quit my day job yet, Kein Banaan. No, unfortunately not. We're now in a worse state with respect to momentum in terms of number of viewers that we attract, in number of subscribers and whatnot. The views, everything has tanked. It's worse than it has been in months. I think it has to do with the NATO summit drawing in all new viewers who are only staying around briefly, and that tanks all the statistics. So ironically, I think we would have been better off without the NATO streams, because we were having quite a good momentum before that. 200 subscribers at each new stream, 20 to 30k views per stream. That has now tanked, and it's like we're back a year again in time. The irony. China Cargo Airlines Flight 205 arriving from Shanghai in China. It's a 777 freighter, 10 hours and 52 minutes on the way. Bravo 222 Hotel. The airplane is 3 years old, first flight June 2022. Yeah, it's just a temporary glitch. I'm sure things will go back to the way they were before, Kein Banaan. Live as Etienne asks if I am expecting go-arounds, door starts. A door start is a Dutch word for go-around. It could be. It does look like the wind is coming down ever so slightly. When we began, we had 17 knots of wind. Last time we checked the meter, it was 15 knots, so it does look like the wind is slowly slowing down. No gusts have been reported, so I wouldn't say that go-arounds under these conditions are very likely, but anything can happen. It has happened before that a seemingly normal approach got aborted last minute or pretty early already. We haven't seen any yet, and whether or not we are going to see any remains to be seen. But if there is weather where go-arounds can happen, it is definitely under crosswind conditions like we have today. You can see, particularly those lighter airplanes, the pilots do need to do a bit more work to put it on the ground uneventfully. Hey, thank you for that, Dugman, who says we are still supporting you, boy. The hardcore audience always finds the streams, absolutely, and I'm happy to see that that is growing. But ironically, I honestly think that such events as the NATO summit, where things spike and go excessively out of what they the statistics go out of their normal ballpark range, I think it screws up the algorithm. Hey, check it out. This is that new special livery from the Dutch tattoo artist Henk Schiefmacher. It's basically one long big tattoo. Now, unfortunately, the distance and the speed with which it passes us by doesn't do justice to the intricate details that you can see in this livery. Have a look at the pictures that you might be able to find on Flight Radar or on airliners.net. Now it just looks like a busy airplane with a lot of scribblings, but it's actually a design by a well-known Dutch tattoo artist, Henk Schiefmacher. The flying tattoo. Carlo is tuning in from Germany. Herzlich willkommen, mate. Good to see ya. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 of the show, which happened in the first 10 minutes of the show. There is another KLM 747 on the way, which is expected between 6 and 6:30. Right now, parallel, the arrivals are in progress until approximately 4:20. And then from 4:20 until 6:20 for 2 hours, everything coming in should land only on the Polderbaan. Hey there, Elting, goedemiddag. Roy wonders if the YouTube algorithm keeps those temporary events, takes those into account. Well, almost certainly it has to. Almost certainly it has to. And of course, I'm not able to answer the question because nobody, not me included, knows exactly what the algorithm looks at. But it is a well-known fact that things like average view duration and the amount of interaction with content, so reactions below a video, likes, chat messages, stuff like that, all is taken into account to help the algorithm decide which content they should promote and which they shouldn't, or which they should promote more or less. Howdy Patrick, goedemiddag. Nick 007, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Nick asks, has there ever been some mishaps, crashes, etc. in all the years you have been doing this? Well, I haven't been doing this that many years, truth be told. I began streaming in the end of 2022. Since then, I luckily haven't seen any crashes. We have seen several aborted landings, rejected takeoffs. We have seen a couple of emergency flights returning. One that was well viewed, I made a separate video out of that, was a KLM A330 that landed here on the Polderbaan, I think 9 months or so ago. It was, I think, in autumn last year. Double bird strike. That was quite exciting. But other than that, yeah, and of course a couple of bird strikes we have seen. Luckily, aviation these days is so safe that that is the quote-unquote most exciting thing that you get to see. And that's a good thing. It is narrow bodies for the time being, with an Embraer 175 arriving from Genoa, an E2 Embraer next. After that, it is going to be an Embraer 190. After that, another Embraer 190. Embraer. I don't see any wide bodies right away. Next up is an E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 928, arriving from Eden.
Bruh.
Kuwait lineup, runway 24. Thank you for that, Wolfgang. Kuwait A330, going back to Kuwait City. Any other airplanes preceding it? Or is it now the next airplane to take off? Okay, let's see. Where is the A330? Is it next? Hey Alan, fijne zaterdag. You too, thank you so much. Kuwait is next to come. Okay. Let's see how much we can see of it. It's probably going to turn to the left and turn away first to the south and then to the east. Still, once it clears the ground, we should be able to catch a glimpse of it from here. Now I'm standing a bit closer to the main platform area than normally, so I'm not sure where exactly the airplanes are going to emerge. Probably somewhere in the vicinity of the tower. Okay, think I might have accidentally touched my phone and now the chat has frozen. Ah, there it is. There's the Kuwait A330neo taking off to Kuwait City. In the meantime, it's one after the other Embraer coming here. Russell has also been sighted. There he is. Russell Crowe. Also back over here. Let's see if I can fix my chat window quickly. We have an Embraer 190 arriving from Zurich next. Oh shit, that's too small. This is better. This looks... Yeah, I see updates in the chat, so I think my chat window is once again working the way it should. Having the chat window open in my browser, it is very sensitive. Whenever I touch the window, it is opening up a pop-up, and that often happens out of my view. So I don't see that the pop-up has been activated, but it does result in the chat stopping with updating. Means that if I don't take notice of it, the chat can go on without me following everything that's happening in it, including people addressing me, of course. See that it is updating again. Yeah, on your end everything is working fine. It's on my end that I see that my chat is not updating. Or was not updating, I should say, because it is now. Grabbing A321neo from Transavia next, arriving from Faro in Portugal. Flight 5356, 2 hours and 53 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Alpha. Last letter is one of the first letters, in fact the very first letter of the alphabet, and that means that this is one of Transavia's own airplanes. If the last letter is one of the last letters from the alphabet, it is a leased airplane. First flight April 2024. How time does fly. So these A321neos, Transavia of course was the first to get them, and then KLM also got them. They've been flying around now for 1.5 years or so already. All goes so quickly. Alex Lightfoot is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Welcome back. Hans, goedemiddag. Good afternoon. And it was Sheryl Crow, Lewis says. How could you see? Was he not so loud? Or she, I should say. I always struggle to see the difference between the two. Next up, number 175, arriving from Brussels. All the way, coming over all the way from Brussels. Here it is, KLM flight 1706. It's an M175, the Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Hotel. Oh, she had boobies, there you go. Easy way to discern Russell from Sheryl Crow. Look for the boobies, or the absence of boobies. Alright. First officer is waving. Orange Pride for runway 24 right behind the A380. And where is the A380 at the moment in relation to runway 24, Wolfgang? Thanks for keeping us informed, mate. Talk to the hand, indeed. Hey, Lika and Thomas, good afternoon. Number 3. Okay, well, keep us posted. I'll definitely turn around the camera to film the departure of the A380 and of course the Orange Pride as well. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1504, arriving from Madrid, 2 hours and 2 minutes on the way, 737-800. Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Whiskey. Whiskey. This airplane has a very prominent cabin cabin. Private suite just for Karen. With rivets and all. Ooh, nice. We've crossed through 300 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you are enjoying what you have been seeing thus far and you have it already and you want to help support the channel for free, liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do so. On paper, it should help us reach a wider audience of like-minded people who haven't come across the channel yet, but who would be happy to join our awesome community if only they knew of our existence. So liking and subscribing is a free and easy way to do that. Transavia flight 6522 is next to arrive from Gran Canaria. It was Gran Canaria, right? Where there was a fire in that airplane from Ryanair. I think it was. 4 hours and 12 minutes this airplane has taken to get here. The Papa Hotel, Hotel Sierra Bravo. Alright. Mallorca, Life is a Chance says. I'm not exactly sure. It was Mallorca. Ah, okay, Mallorca. I know it was one of the Spanish islands. The A380 still holding short. Looks like the Orange Pride is about to line up runway 24. The A380 lining up. Okay, cool. You can see the Orange Pride behind it. Okay, Emirates flight 148. Let's switch to both inbound and outbound for change. Hey, what up, mate? Gary in Amsterdam has returned. he brought his chair with him. So we're now watching because the Emirates A380 is lined up on runway 24 and is going to take off any moment now. And it's supposedly rolling already. The Orange Pride is holding short of is not lined up yet. There was also there it is. There it is. Emirates Flight 148 going back to Dubai. Standard livery, another one of these airplanes is now underway and is expected to land here between 6 and 6:30 p.m. local time, which is right around the time where we are going from 2 runways to 1 runway. Or was it the other way around? No, I think it was just Polderbaan from 6:20 until 8:20. Means that we do run the risk of the A380 arriving going to the wrong runway still, since its ETA was before 6:20 last time we checked. Sticking with the traffic to departing from runway 24, the next airplane lined up on runway 24 to take off to Vancouver is the Orange Pride. Okay, off that 681. That is the next airplane to take off from runway 24, isn't it? Yeah. Emirates Sky Cargo 777 is also holding short, but that's going to be the next airplane after that. And good afternoon to Gary in Amsterdam from the people in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well.
Yeah.
You're dressed optimistically in shorts and a polo.
Yeah, I'm the hoodie, but after last week, I want to cool down.
Yeah, I can imagine. But standing here with the wind, I already suspected it was going to get colder than I anticipated. I figured I was doubting, should I go out in shorts or do I stick with the jeans? Inside it was warm, and I thought I should have gone for shorts. But standing out here, I think I made the right choice.
Yeah. I could always put these around my legs.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And I do have a sweater with me as well. Thought that if this was going to be too warm, I would go to something a bit thinner.
Yeah.
The vest is a bit thinner than the hoodie. Yeah, we're not going to see any substantial sunshine in the next few hours. If all is well, it should stay dry, although even that was debatable. Last time I checked, there was some precipitation expected. I think it was around 9 or so. So my plan is to stick around until the A380 Emirates Flight 149 has landed. So that's should.
I was ready to go this morning to see.
I set the alarm at 7, and first thing I did was check the weather apps and the radar and whatnot. There's the Orange Pride taking off. There it is, on its way to Vancouver, Canada. And it looked like there was some pretty intense rain over the North Sea, and it was drifting in to the Netherlands. So I figured, let's just turn around, sleep in, and have another look later in the day. It did evaporate as it was moving further east towards the Netherlands, but yeah, that's hindsight is always 20/20, as they say. Could have gone out, but I didn't. But now I am well rested.
Yeah,
now I am well rested. I don't think I have been able to sleep in ever since the busy week of the NATO summit. So the thing is that me and Lisa's schedules are totally not overlapping. So whenever I can sleep in, she has to get up early and vice versa. So it's really hard to find the time to sleep in. I cannot recall the last time I did that.
That's just a party mix at least.
A party mix. Wow, what wow. Wow, check it out. Party mix over here at the Polderbaan. Party hardy at the Polderbaan. Come on, mate, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Gary. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. I still have to enjoy the peanuts. I went to the animal store to get some food for my cat the other day, and as I was standing at the cash register to wait my turn, I was also seeing some peanuts in the net. I thought, hey, it's bird feed. Hey. Well, if it's good enough for birds, it's good enough for me. I will also fly high on it.
They cut the grass out here.
They did, yeah. They cut the grass. I'm not sure if they also did it north of the pipes, but at least until the pipes they did. And you can see the water quite well. It's.
And you move down further.
Well, I stood at my normal place yesterday, but as you can see, the pile of dirt is still there. So I figured I'm going to stand a bit further to the south, so that the pile of dirt is not in the way upon the touchdown, which luckily it isn't from here.
Well, I would have been here sooner, but I thought I forgot my backpack. But it was on
No worries, mate. Alan is also back in the chat, and he is celebrating 22 months of membership. It's my 57th birthday, and I'm doing fuck all LOL, he says. You're watching this stream, mate. That is more than enough already. That's more than you can ask for on your 57th birthday. Congratulations, Alan. Hope you'll live to see many more birthdays. Hope you'll have a good one today. And thank you also as well for the 22 months of support, mate. Almost turning blue. Still green. First. 2 more months. Hope everything is still to your liking in the lounge, mate. Jeff in Maas asks, do you know why KLM added the stripes on the Orange Pride 2.0 livery? They weren't on the OP 1.0 livery. I don't know why they even bothered upgrading the, in my view, beautiful livery. I like the gradient better than the now toothpaste tricolor swoosh update that they did. I don't even know why they updated the livery to begin with. I think the old livery looked way better than this one does. Mama and what is it? 4 duckies, 4 ducklings swimming here. No sight of herons in the vicinity, so hopefully they'll live to find another day. Grow a bit bigger, more resilient against those predator birds. Jurk assumes it was easier to paint that blending from orange to blue. Yeah, of course it is easier to paint, absolutely. I just wonder why they even bothered with updating the Orange Pride livery to begin with. Don't think a lot of people complained about it. Oh, we don't like that gradient. We want to have a sharp border and we want to have the red, white and blue swoosh. Wolfgang asks if the PHAXI is the last KLM got. It's about to line up on runway 24. I don't know exactly in which order and with which registration KLM is at right now with the deliveries of the A321s. Greetje says, getting darker outside. Well, over here everything is still looking the way it was upon arrival. No signs of worsening weather here just now. Jurg also preferred the old Orange Pride livery. I think most people did, just like how most people preferred the old Iceland Air livery to the new one. So lucky to see the 757 in the old livery yesterday. Becoming ever more of a rarity these days. Patrick is confirming that the PHAXI is the new, the latest airplane. Well, it's taking off. We can have a quick look at it, although it will look like just a dime in a dozen A321neo from KLM. Well, no, this is a 737. That's not it. It probably already left, didn't it? It is nice to see the little ducklings. Well, they're not extremely tiny anymore, but still a bit smaller than mommy is.
Last time.
If this is the same mom and the same ducklings, then the one has gone.
Flew a coop.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
He said.
Oh yeah, well screw you guys, I'm going home.
That's what the little duckling thought. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Well, it's 4:12 right now, and in 8 or so minutes from now, if all is well, Polderbaan should once again become the only runway for inbound traffic. Mars is also back. The perfect Saturday afternoon. AMS on screen 1, Tour de France on screen 2. Wife at a baby shower. Got the place to yourself then, eh? Yeah, so this is Vueling flight 1375, Han's favorite, but Han is probably off watching Formula 1 or something. Is that on right now? It's been a while since we were under 500 viewers. We are right now. That leads me to believe that there are sport events going on. A lot of people watching Tour de France, obviously. Is there also Formula 1 going on right now? There probably is, isn't it? Ah, yes, that's something we were already informed about, Roy. The first letter of the registration after the PH with KLM indicating Airbus, Boeing or Embraer. Absolutely. There is a certain logic to the registrations of KLM. Also, of course, the first 3 Dreamliners from TUI, the last letter of their registration forming the letters KLM. Sticking it to KLM for having received the Dreamliners before them. Now, talking about Dreamliners, here is one coming, and it is Kenya Airways arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, which of course is in Africa. It's the Come Live the Magic livery. It's a special livery. 8 hours and 20 minutes on the way, 7878 Dreamliner with registration 5 Yankee Kilo Zulu Delta. Maria Spinelli is also back in the chat. Good to see you. And Jason is confirming that there is Formula 1 qualifying going on right now. That explains the record low numbers that we have been having in a while now. Kenya, yes you can, indeed. Henk in Hogeveen is also watching on 2 screens. Yeah, and it will be even more busy for you if you are also a cycling fan with the Tour de France starting today. Saw that on the news yesterday. In the meantime, John Dutch Canadian came back in the chat and he came in with a massive big bang. Mate, what is going on? You really didn't have to do that. John Dutch Canadian just went ahead and gifted no less than 20 flipping memberships. What the fudge? Mate, that you really shouldn't have done that, mate. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, John Dutch Canadian, for your extreme generosity. That's 20 new members, courtesy of you. I hope that everybody who just now received a gifted membership from John Dutch Canadian will say thank you for it. And please enjoy the custom emojis, guys. They're there to be had fun with. 34 of them. Use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use the custom emojis the way you want, as much as you want. Get creative with them, make us laugh with them. Kenya Airways. Lovely elephants. John, thank you once again so much for your generosity. Hope you're doing well otherwise. Björn is also back. Good to see you, Björn. And Jaya is also in the chat. And GE is too. GE just now super chatted a question. You really didn't have to use a super chat for that, mate, but thank you so much. GE, thank you for your generosity. He wonders, what are the large tubes near you? Hello from Pennsylvania, USA. Well, from what I understand, these are temporary pipes that because they are renewing the sewage pipes, and these are temporary pipes through which the excrements are being transported. They've been here now for the better part of a year, I would think. I think they started laying the pipes here in fall last year. I don't know until when they're going to be here for. I expect it's going to be quite a while before they're going to go away again. But from what I understand, they are temporary pipes here because they are renewing the sewage pipes that are apparently running here. Jeff in Mass asks, any way to send you a PM? Email. My email address you can find in the contact details on the channel page. That's one of the ways. Sadia 78710 lined up on runway 24. Michael Jackson also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope it was well. And Sander Sake is also back in the chat, and he is celebrating today. Sander Sake is celebrating 19 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for all the support. Always nice to have you in the chat. Hope you're doing well, mate. Also, always nice whenever you are coming over in real life. Thank you so much for all the support, and I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, my friend. Sander Sake, co-creator of the original airplane dance. Or no, the soul creator. I think I stole it. I think I owe you some copyright money. This is Saudia. It's the new livery. I think it looks infinitely better than the old beige does. What would probably maybe make it even better is if the stripe would be over the windows instead of under it. Just like with a thoroughbred retro livery, where it's usually over the windows. Indeed, Jeff, what I am saying is the pipes are full of shit. You're goddamn right.
This is what it is in Dutch, right? So
Ja, vervangen persleiding. A replacement of the pressure pipeline. Yeah. I've been told it has to do with sewage. That's all I know. Now, it's not a retro livery, but it does look retro-y, doesn't it? It is actually a new standard livery. So if all is well, Saudia's fleet will start looking like that, all of them, if all is well. Lots also in the chat, good to see you, mate. Lot says Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Tango, A321neo on final from Tenerife, new aircraft. There you go. That was the one we filmed just now. Now, there are still airplanes that are going to the center runway, including a TUI Dreamliner which is returning from Antalya. I wonder how many of the airplanes that you see on Flight Radar right now will still go to the center runway. For instance, the Turkish Dreamliner followed by the Turkish A377. Are those coming to this runway, or are they going to the center runway still? Egypt Air is rolling, Wolfgang says, so we should be able to see that pretty soon. Wolfgang says, Gary in Amsterdam, good afternoon, Mr. Spaceman.
no spaceship today.
Yeah, but you know, from now on you'll be known as Mr. Spaceman.
Thank you. Well, hello, Wolfgang.
Hello, back to you, Wolfgang. Egypt Air Dreamliner on its way to Egypt. Let's see, the Embraer 190 arriving from Krakow is still on the glide slope to the center runway, isn't it? Yeah, looks like it. Have any of you had a look on Omgevingsinfo Schiphol to see which of the airplanes that are now arriving from the east will be first to go to the Polderbaan. That's what I'm wondering, since around now, the center runway should close again for the next 2 hours. And everything should go to the Polderbaan. Hey, come to think of it, now that I mention it, if the Polderbaan is going to be the only runway open for arrivals from 4:20 until 6:20, which if I recall correctly, that was what Bazook Buzz was saying, it should mean that the KLM 747 is probably going to land on this runway then, isn't it? Turkish Cargo is last one for center. You mean the 777 and the Dreamliner are both going to go to center? For crying out loud. Those are exactly the two airplanes of the bunch that is coming in that I would have loved to see land here. That's a bit of a letdown. So there's an Embraer 190 arriving from Krakow right now going to the center runway, and there's an A321neo from KLM arriving from Nice, which is nice. Which should be coming this way, but isn't visible just yet. In the meantime, good afternoon to everybody who has joined in the meantime. Karma Scotland, good afternoon. Julian, goedemiddag. Commercial Aviation, goedemiddag. Patrick, goedemiddag. Oh, Marijke says my cat just came in with a pigeon and a live one. I had to catch it and take it outside. How's your afternoon going? Well, over here, just calm, uneventful. No pigeons, no cats, no predators and prey. Just a bit of wind and airplanes. And freshly cut grass, which is also nice for change. They didn't do that last season. They did do it 2 years ago. They didn't do it last year. So I didn't even expect they were going to do it this year.
Yeah, I liked it longer.
Yeah.
To be honest. You could hide in it.
You could hide in it. Absolutely. Then again, if you don't want to get bitten by ticks, this is probably a bit better.
True.
Insofar as there are ticks over here, but there probably are. This is one of two KLM SkyTeam liveried airplanes. This is number 190. The other is a 737-900. There used to be 3, but you already knew that. Now let's see. Pilatus PC-24 arrived from Portugal, is also on the last bit to the Oost runway. We probably will not be able to see a lot of it from over here, but I can give it a go. Lights in the distance are the first next airplane to the Polderbaan. And since we have a few more moments to see before it is getting really close by, let's also have a quick look and see what the meter is saying. Last time we checked, the meter was indicating 15 knots of wind from the west-southwest. It's probably around the same, judging by what it feels like. 16 knots, yeah, so it's been hovering between 15 and 17 knots. The direction hasn't changed, so it's mostly crosswind with a little bit of headwind, and we still have a ceiling at 2,500 feet, a few clouds at 2,000 feet. Air temperature is 21 degrees. It's not particularly warm, but it's definitely not cold either. Let me quickly paste the ticker, the meter into the ticker for you guys. And then it is back to the camera controls. If you join us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan Runway 18 ride. I have ground crew today. Gary in Amsterdam also showed up again.
Yeah, hi.
And we are filming arrivals here on the Polderbaan. Pretty soon, this runway is going to be the only runway used for arrivals. Right now, unfortunately, center is still open, and that means that 2 Turkish wide bodies are still going there, unfortunately. If you join us later, you may have missed the arrival of one of 2 queens already. Atlas Air arrived in the first 10 minutes of the show. I think it came in from Almaty. And there is another airplane coming in from Almaty, another 747. That's KLM, which should arrive here between 6 and 6:30. Austrian is also approaching. The Pilatus PC-24 should be somewhere over there. It's flying over, well, Vondelpark right now. So, should be visible. I think it should be somewhere over there. Not too far above the horizon. If we are able to see it, which I'm not sure that we are. Should be low enough already. It should be below the ceiling by now. No, that's... I thought I saw something, but it's hovering still. I now see something moving. I haven't. Now, can I also show you? I think it should be right there. Small Pilatus PC-24 arriving from Porto in Portugal. In the meantime, over here, one of two wide bodies from Turkish that we are missing out on because of the prolonged opening of the extended opening of Runway Center. This is Turkish flight 1953 7879 Dreamliner Tango Charlie Lima Lima Charlie, arriving from Istanbul, 2 hours 59 minutes on the way. That's a nominal flight duration. Istanbul, Amsterdam, just like Athens, Amsterdam usually averages around 3 hours of flight. Right behind this airplane is a 777, also from Turkish Cargo. Really a shame that these airplanes are still being led to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
And here another one. This is Turkish flight 6369, also arriving from Istanbul. Interestingly, the previous airplane's flight time was 2 hours 59 minutes. Ballpark average. This is 3 hours and 25 minutes on the way now. Not sure if it flew a different route. It probably did. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so much longer. Must have flown more indirectly towards Amsterdam than the Dreamliner did. It is a 777 freighter. Tango Charlie Lima Juliet November. Yeah, as per your suggestion, Jeff, you damn well better love it. Otherwise, I'm going to say...
Oh yeah? Well, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Anyway, this 777 freighter is 6 years old. First flight September 2018. Yeah, still an occasional gust of wind here. Even though gusts are not reported in the meter, the wind is definitely gusty at times over here. Looking at the big picture, this is looking to the south. And this is approximately where the wind is coming from. It's looking to the west-southwest. Yeah, bit of thinner some parts are thinner, some parts are thicker. There are some low clouds. There's a veil of higher clouds that is restricting us from seeing overhead traffic. Looking to the north, more or less the same. Looking land inward, it does look a bit darker. It does look like the low clouds are forming more land inward. You can also, if you squint your eyes, you may be able to see those cloud streets that I have been referring to more often. Linear formations of clouds that are parallel to one another and in line with the direction of the wind. No change in that anytime soon.
This doesn't feel like like July. That's for sure.
It doesn't feel like July, but I think in a week from now it's a whole different story again. I think this day and tomorrow and maybe also on Monday they were expecting some showery weather, and I thought they were already mentioning that in the second half of the upcoming week it's going to get warm again and sunny, with temperatures between 25 to 30 degrees again. So
Nice, I guess, but enjoy it while we can.
well, what I like best is that those periods of extreme heat are only short-lived, only a couple of days, and after that it's back to cooler weather again. So at least you'll be able to cool your house again a bit. Even though of course it adds up and the heat will build up gradually, you are still able to cool your house a little bit without having to go overboard on expensive air conditioning and whatnot. Unless, of course, you live in an apartment like I used to live in when I was still living in Amsterdam. 4th floor, big windows to the west, no aircon, no nothing, and unobstructed view to the west. So a lot of sunshine in the afternoon.
Yeah, no sleep. It's too hot to sleep.
My living room was looking to the west, and at times, and particularly during the pandemic, for instance, in the summer, it was so warm. It was 35 degrees or so, so that's almost 100 Fahrenheit. I closed the door of my living room, and I was doing my day job in my hallway. Earplugs in so that people who would walk over the hallway wouldn't be able to hear what I was talking about on the phone. Had the door open, the litter box, the cat food. I had it all in my bathroom, in my bedroom, and I kept the door shut because otherwise my cat would go into my living room and just sleep on the floor or something.
Smart.
Well, it was actually way too warm.
Yes. I don't like that.
Luckily now I live in a house that's so much cooler, also with external blinds and whatnot that you can shut when it's really sunny, so you keep out the warmth before it gets in. That's the hard part. Once it gets in,
Yeah, I face the west as well. I need to buy a canopy, but sunshade, I guess.
you did, yeah. Do you have any? Yeah, zonwering. You have different kinds of. You have those hard plastic things that you can roll out that completely shut the view. You can also have those blinds that are from fabric that go a little bit before the window, but you can still look under it, for instance.
Yeah, anything would be better, but yeah, that's the more expensive option.
Yeah. Yeah, and depending on the orientation of your apartment and where exactly in the building you reside, it is more or less effective, because if you live on the top floor and you have a flat rooftop, you can only do so much. It's still going to warm up considerably during the summer when your rooftop is flat and is dark, and you can do all the blocking of the sun of your windows, but it's only going to do so much. Yeah, exactly. Mama and her ducklings. Do you live in a street where there are trees in front of your building?
They cut them all down to do the canal work. They're redoing it.
Of course they did.
And,
Of course they did.
and now they've learned a way to save the trees for the next block, which is nice.
Yeah, but it doesn't help you guys. You guys already have to wait for new trees to be planted and grow out until they have a decent canopy that keeps you guys a bit protected.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm on the first floor and it's a cement building, so it takes a while. But
That's already better than if you have the top floor and the rooftop is flat.
150-year-old building.
It helps that the isolation is not optimal. It also releases a lot of the heat.
Yeah.
This is Air France, a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220, the Vhuzzer, Foxtrot Hotel Zulu Uniform Romeo. Touching down after 46 minutes of flight, nominal flight duration. Hey there, stranger wonders who is ground crew. It is Gary in Amsterdam, who I didn't know was going to come, but showed up here. Surprise visit. Yep, absolutely. Had I known, could have brought my DJI mic with me as a secondary set. Could have mic'd you up. Next time I'll just put it in my bag, because I put it away now that I've got the Sennheiser, but that only is one transmitter and one receiver and one lavalier mic. I already on my way over, I thought, what if ground crew, or if I want to have a co-host or anything, I can still with my ATEM Mini, I can easily put in another 3.5mm jack and have the guests speak via the DJI mic.
Nice, yeah. Because I know they can barely hear. They may not hear.
Yeah, if unless you're standing really under my head and the mic is really up close, they are able to vaguely understand you.
And I saw last week, I turned on closed captions. You can read what I was trying to say.
Ah, okay. So the captions do pick up the more subtle sounds.
Yeah.
Good to know.
On the replay. Yeah.
I was surprised because I never authorized anything, so it's apparently YouTube doing that on its own. I was surprised. I accidentally pressed on the CC button when looking back one of my own streams, and I was surprised by the accuracy of the subtitles. Apparently I speak English understandably for AI. Jeff and Maas asks, does Flight Radar 24 still show Bombardier for A220s? Well, it does say BCS. BCS1 for the 100s and BCS3 for the 300s, which of course is stands for Bombardier C Series. Of course it says A220 formally, but everybody knows they began life as Bombardier C Series, which is why I am still calling them like that. Tom says, gotta have the spare with you always. Yeah, turns out you're right. Turns out you're right.
In case, yeah, that one breaks.
Yeah, well, if it does, then screw you guys, I'm going home. Nah, I trust Sennheiser and the reliability of the microphone. It's been working really well. It's also a breeze. It's hanging on the back. I can put the wire. It's a longer cable. It also has a secure 3.5mm, so it doesn't come loose easily.
They're very professional.
Yeah, it is. It is. I'm very happy with it, I must say. Can probably walk a significant distance to the pipes without you guys losing the audio feed as well. I tested it at home with the receiver in my living room, and then I went up to the attic. That's 2 floors, a number of doors and concrete in between. Lisa was downstairs and was listening in, and not a single dropout. It was just smooth, as if you were there as if you were there in the living room. Not too sure if I would be able to go swimming with it. I guess I could, but I'm not sure if it would survive the moisture. Don't think I'm going to try anytime soon though. In the meantime, Jörg, what are you doing, mate? Jörg just now gifting 5 memberships. You really didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines members. If you are one of the recipients of JD's 5 gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Jörg. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. They're there to be had fun with, so use them however you see fit. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Feel free to do so. This is a jet arriving from Istanbul. Flight time 3 hours 11 minutes. A321neo, the TC Louis. Oh, it's to celebrate the 400 likes mark crossed. Thank you all so much for that. 400 likes. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to help the channel for free, liking and subscribing if you haven't done so already is a quick and easy way to do so. On paper, it should promote this channel and its content to viewers who are like-minded to you guys, who like live aviation, who like banter, sound effects and birdies, but who just haven't heard of the channel yet. Time to compensate for the fall in the algorithm. Peter K also back in the chat, good to see you. Diano, good afternoon. Live SHN says, do you think the yellow car is watching this live too now? I am not sure that this one does, but there are bird controllers who do. There are also other people who work at Schiphol that watch the stream. There was also somebody who was driving the pushback trucks who also was watching while I was filming from P3 back in the day when I was still allowed there. And he would announce in the live chat when he would be pushing back an airplane and which one it was. Stranger is also celebrating 22 months of membership, almost going blue. 2 more months. Thank you so much, Stranger, for all the support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, my friend. If anything is missing or if we're running low on supplies, let me know and I'll see what I can do to fix it. Put them on the groceries list. If there's items we need, if things can be improved, let me know. That goes for all members, new and old. Hey, natuurlijk. Leuke pet, man. Hi, hoe heet je?
Rean.
Hoe?
Rean.
Rean.
Ja.
Top.
Kijk eens.
Ik zal eventjes mijn muts afdoen, dan zien we elkaar. Is die goed gelukt?
Ja. Dankjewel.
Hey, superman. Leuke dag. Fijne dag. Doeg. Ryan, also with an AMS live hat on, asked if he could make a selfie with me, which of course he could.
So cool.
Yeah, so cool. Absolutely.
And I have no AMS swag.
Hey, leuk man. Goeiedag. Nog meer more viewers over here.
Ja.
Met wie heb ik het genoegen?
Niels.
Niels, goedemiddag.
Ik heb je zo vaak gezien.
Hey man, goedemiddag.
Goedemiddag.
Leuk man.
Ja, ik heb je zo graag gehoord en alles.
En nu zie je het een keertje ook. Kom je van ver of?
Ede.
Ede. That's on the eastern side of the Netherlands.
Ja.
More or less. pretty further away from Schiphol than Amsterdam is. Leuk man.
Ja.
Goeiedag uit.
You come from just... No.
Not necessarily just for me, no.
That's very nice of you. I'm Gary. Ik ben Gary. Niels.
En Gary needs to practice his Dutch.
Ja.
Dus vooral Nederlands tegen hem praten. Hij moet oefenen.
Ik praat heel moeilijk Engels. Dus.
Ah, nou dat komt mooi uit. Dat komt mooi uit.
Dat is mooi om te zien.
Leuk man. In the meantime, another crabbing airplane is approaching the Polderbaan here. This is Go to Sky flying on behalf of TUI, returning from Antalya in Turkey. Not exactly Captain Wheelie. 3 hours and 46 minutes this airplane has been flying to get here. It's the OMGTF. Get the fudge. It's missing an O, isn't it? Should be OMG. Oh my god. Oh my, get the fudge. Then it misses something. Banana takeoff runway 24, Wolfgang says, is that this airplane? I think it is. It certainly is. There it is. Oh.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. OMG the fudge. Indeed, that's what the registration is an abbreviation of. In the meantime, we have a 2-airplane glide stop shot with number 2 being a wide-bodied airplane. That's Etihad coming in from Abu Dhabi and a 777 at that. Clouds is also back in the chat and he is celebrating. Ryan, who just took the picture with me, that's Clouds. Nice. Ryan, the Clouds is celebrating his 4-month membership. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you. Hey, dankjewel voor de support, voor de membership. Thank you. Excellent. Clouds celebrating his 4-month membership. Ryan, who just now took the selfie with me and is sitting with his relatives a bit further to the south, I have to say. Yeah, we're looking to the north. They are sitting further to the south. Over here we have KLM flight 940, that's an M. Bruh. Arriving from Glasgow in Scotland. Now touching down after an hour and 2 minutes of flight. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Mike. Right, let's keep our eye on the Etihad Dreamliner. Etihad flight 917 arriving from Abu Dhabi. 777 freighter, Alpha 6 Delta Delta Foxtrot is the registration. The airplane is 6 years old. Its first flight was in September 2018. That also gives me a moment to go back to the laptop and thank Diano, who just now gifted a membership. And I see that Keep was the recipient of the gifted membership from Diano. So welcome to the Aurora Skylounge, Keep. And Diano, thank you so much for your generosity. Tom says little buffering. I am not sure. Could be that there are a few people standing next to me and that might cause a bit of buffering, but all is still running smoothly here on my end as far as I can see. People reporting buffering. Well, over here everything is still running smoothly. Maybe a refresh of the browser will fix it. Etihad Cargo coming in now, 777 freighter, Alpha 6 Delta Delta Foxtrot, 6-year-old airplane, first flight September 2018. Okay, there was a little buffering, not sure why that was. Not a whole group of people standing really next to me. Etihad Cargo, there it is. Come on. Come on. Look at the cleanliness of those flap surfaces. It's almost like we're watching a KLM airplane go by. But that was a missed opportunity. It could have gotten loud and it didn't. That's a missed opportunity and I am very disappointed in Etihad right now. In the meantime, Captain Jerry also coming back in the chat and he is celebrating 27 months of membership. Captain Jerry, good to see you. Hope all is well, Jerome. He is celebrating 27 months of membership. He writes, happy day everyone. Happy day to you too, mate. Hope all is well. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If we are running low on supplies, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Jerome, always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, mate. Duns is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Hans says no problems with buffering over here, so I don't think it is on your side, boy. It doesn't seem to be on my side. From my end, from what I can see either, everything here seems to be running smoothly. Although there is a sudden drop in the number of viewers, so that does seem to indicate that some people are experiencing issues with the connection. We are waiting for the next traffic. There is traffic coming from the west, there's traffic coming from the southwest, from the east and from the southwest, but they are still pretty far away. And that allows this bird controller some time to do a runway inspection, which you can clearly see is going on right now because all the lights are on. Means we have to wait a bit. Ita is arriving from the east and is flying in the vicinity of Lelystad. Tapper Portugal, A321neo is arriving from the southwest. A321neo arriving from Lisbon. K4 is doing the runway inspection. Let's also have a look on Flight Radar and see where the airplanes of interest are. So 747 from KLM is underway. It is flying in Czech airspace. its ETA is 6:08, so if all is well, that should land on the Polderbaan then, because if all is well, that should be the only runway open at that time. Emirates A380 is now expected 7:45. Looking at the runway use, the expected runway use, Polderbaan is open as only runway for inbound traffic come the arrival of the 747. Now, unfortunately, the Zwanenburgbaan, the center runway, is open for arrivals come the arrival of the Emirates A380. Silver lining is that there is a possibility that they might use Schiphol, the Oost runway instead of the center runway, depending on visibility. Now, of course, that will mean that visibility is less than it is right now, and that's usually an indication of bad weather. So I'm not sure that we should hope for that. Let's also stop with the music before it drives away too many people.
Where does the Aurora Lounge come from?
The Aurora Lounge, I just made it up. I want to have something that sounded awesome. What is nice? Aurora is nice. Sky Lounge is nice. Aurora Sky Lounge. Just something that I have made up myself. That I thought would be a nice sounding name for a membership tier.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, true.
So it's just something that I thought up and doesn't relate to anything in particular.
Top of the alphabet.
Not even the top of the alphabet. No, it's just something that I thought was what sounds cool. I thought, well, Aurora sounds nice. Sky Lounge, of course.
Yeah. I like it.
I had a couple of ideas when I was in the process of going live with memberships, and this is just something I came up with.
So now we know. I'm sure a lot of people wonder.
Now you know, Aurora Sky Lounge. Just a random thought by yours truly. Tapa Portugal is approaching and should be flying somewhere west of us. I'm wondering, it's in the vicinity of Zandvoort. What's its altitude? – 3,350 feet. Ah yeah, I do see it. There are some high rises over there. And there it is. Tapa Portugal, A321neo. Yeah, you need to know where you need to look, Gary. You see it as well? Yeah. So that's flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire and is now between Bloemendaal and IJmuiden, laterally speaking. It's of course over the sea, so further to the west, but Tapa Portugal, A321neo. I think it's going to be the first airplane to arrive, looking at where the ETA is, so let's continue following it, if I can still pick it up, because I think we can continue following it until it touches down. Tapa Portugal, flight 670, arrival from Lisbon, an A321neo. The shuddering is the wind, which is now blowing more or less perpendicularly on my camera. The surface area of my camera, now the biggest of course. And dynamic image stabilizer and a set of guy wires into the ground around each tripod leg can only do so much to stabilize the platform you're filming from. I'm wondering if a heavier tripod will mitigate the vibrations more. Might be worthwhile renting one maybe for a day, but you need to know when it is going to be windy. Little cloud in the way. Yeah, Tapa Portugal most definitely going to be the first airplane to land here. It's now base and slowly turning in. Approaching the glide slope. Wolfgang asks, would you name your child Aurora if it were a girl? That would be boy-like. To tell you the truth, the thought of having children is so far removed from where I am in my life right now that I never even gave it any thought that what would I name my children if it came to be. Because to me, the whole notion of me getting children is far, 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 far away removed from my vision on life. Think Earth as it is already too overpopulated. Not necessarily sure I would want to bring in new life into this world already. That's a whole different discussion. Well, Aurora would be a nice girl's name if you ever were to get a girl, wouldn't it? I always also fancied Anastasia. For some reason I also find that a very fancy girl's name. The gear is going down. TAP Air Portugal flight 670 arriving from Lisbon. Now on final, A321neo. And with a little bit of luck we are going to see the ITA A320neo behind it, which should be approaching and entering the field of view from the right. Lisa asked, well, but what about my ambitions as an incubator? What about them?
Practice, practice, practice.
Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, exactly. Ah, and there's the ITA. There's the ITA. That's ITA Airways flight 110. Arriving from Rome. A320neo. Oh, Jerome, thank you so much for your super chat. You didn't have to do that. Captain Jerry Donnelly just now super chatted. Blue tier members in the lounge are strato flyers. They certainly are. Flying high and mightily above the clouds. Jerome, thank you so much for your generosity and for your kind words. You really didn't have to do this, but you went ahead, did it anyway. Screw you, I'll super chat whatever I want, whenever I want. Yeah, and the group of blue strato flyers is increasing by the day. In case you guys haven't noticed yet, I also upgraded the labels, the badges for when the first 3-year and 4-year members are going to emerge. Or was it 4 and 5-year? Did something with a diamond. I updated the diamond and I also updated the... I also added another one with stars. Green tinted and stars. I think that's for 5 years. Hey, there's a Widebody also flying base in the vicinity of Permanent, and that's KLM flight 898 arriving from Beijing in China. Hey, Klaartje, goedemiddag. Good to see ya, hope all is well. This is TAP Air Portugal, not being flown by pilots but by tap dancers. ITA is going to be next. Pedro Texera or something? Who was he? Undoubtedly someone who did something important or significant in his life. So the Dreamliner arriving from Beijing is looking to become the now 4th airplane to land. ITA in the foreground. Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Düsseldorf behind it. And another Red Wine Express E2 Embraer 195 looks to become the 3rd airplane landing in a few minutes. KLM 747 on taxi to Dubai, Wolfgang says. With now 2 runways open, that's probably going to go to the furthest removed runway, 18 left. So even though we are able to see something of it when it takes to the sky, don't get your hopes up too high. Hey there, Green Light. Green Light is watching the stream while traveling from Gouda to Utrecht by train. Hope your train journey is going well, mate. ITA Airways Flight 110, about to land here, arriving from Rome, A320neo. It's Ahoy! Echo India, Hotel Oscar Juliet. It has a Karen cabin as well, especially for Karens who want their private suite. Okay, 747, is it already lined up? When is it about to leave? Or can we film the next departure as well? That's not it. That's not it. Indeed, Monzi, crab. Crosswindy conditions still. Although it does feel like the wind is slowing down ever so slightly. Now looking at the scale of chimney smoke, still a lot of horizontality. Next airplane is the Herpa. Herpa, KLM Flight 1802, German Airways, arriving from Düsseldorf. Bon appetit, Jordi Ying. Barbecue, benenhammetje.
I have a large Herpa collection.
You do?
Not herpes, but
No. Herpa, the actual model airplanes.
yeah, they're in the storage, but I need to put them out.
How many do you have?
At least 40.
40, wow.
Mostly Delta, American, the U.S. airlines.
You should speak with Rick Meester, one of our mods. He also has a big collection of airplanes. Most of them are die-cast. I don't know if he has many of Herpa, but he has 2 cabinets filled with them. One of them almost completely dedicated to KLM exclusively.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's a lack of space to display them. I need something shallow. It's the Amsterdam apartments.
Yeah. Herpa, having arrived here. Our next airplane over there is the Red Wine Express E2 Embraer 195, arriving from Bordeaux. In the meantime, Klaartje is celebrating her 4-month membership birthday. Klaartje the Flyer celebrating 4 months of membership. Thank you so much for your generosity and for your continued support, Klaartje. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. And let me know if something is running low, if we need to put stuff on the groceries list, or if anything is no longer to your liking in the lounge. Let me see what I can do then to fix it. Klaartje, thank you so much for your ongoing support as a member for 4 months, upwards and onwards. E2 Embraer 195 and something bigger behind it. That's a Dreamliner arriving from Beijing in China, KLM Flight 898. And Jeff, I was talking about our moderator Rick Meester, but he doesn't have KLM exclusively, but he does have a lot of KLM. But other than that, he also has other models of airplanes. But he does have a big collection of KLM, and he has 2 cabinets. One of them is dedicated to KLM only. Alright, 747 next in line for takeoff from 18 left. That's a bit unfortunate with the timing, because I'm not going to miss out on the first Dreamliner in a while. KLM Flight 898 arriving from Beijing in China, 11 hours and 58 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel India. 8-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. The airplanes are still crabbing. Alright, so also looking behind me, 747 lined up, ready to go to Dubai from 18 left. Hey there Wagner, bom dia. Alright. Hey, this is the new livery, isn't it? With the deeper smile. I think it is. And we should still be in time to see the 747 taking off from runway 18 left, because I haven't seen it yet, so... Hey, konnichiwa! Somebody from Japan. I don't know how to read your character, so I don't know what to name you, but thank you for your kind words and saying hi. Another viewer from Japan. Konnichiwa and welcome. First time to watch Schiphol Airport. It's very fantastic. Thank you so much for the kind words. Welcome to the channel. Hope you will like it over here. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you have any. And nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. KLM Cargo just now leaving for Dubai, and another one of these airplanes is underway back from Almaty. We should see it approach in an hour or so from now. Hey Dave, Dave is also new. Good to see you and nice of you to say hi Dave. Welcome to the channel. And Ozari Man is also tuning in. He is tuning in from Benin City in Nigeria, and that's in. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. Alright, next up, E2 Embraer 195, arriving from London Heathrow. London, yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
41 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel, November X-Ray, India. Three-year-old airplane, first flight February 2022. That's the E2 engines for you. Well, they also have similar engines on the A220. Hey Tomek Kraviski says, great channel, greetings to everyone, greetings back to you Tomek, nice of you to say hi, welcome to the channel mate, hope you will enjoy it over here, welcome one and all. Next up is Royal Air Maroc, arriving from Casablanca, that's in the north of Africa. And in the meantime also, thank you Ricardo for your super sticker, a thumbs up, thank you so much for that Ricardo. And it is Harumaki. Harumaki, nice to meet you too, welcome to the channel. We do have occasional viewers from Japan who are also joining us here, absolutely lovely. AMS Live, we have a global audience. Around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. Absolutely. It's what I like best about the audience of the channel. It's global. Moped on the cycling path.
Too fast.
Yeah, definitely with so many pedestrians on the cycling path, a bit too fast. New livery, I like it. I also like the old livery, which looks very classical. Alrighty. Now let's see what else is going to arrive. JAF. What's that? Oh, that's TUI. TUI Belgium, arriving from Brussels, underway. And a bit further out, that's a bit further out. The first airplane to arrive is going to be Finnair, flight 1305 by the looks of it. Arriving from bloody Helsinki, that's an A321. Big picture, this is what it looks like. And you'll be happy to see that we do have bits of blue in the sky. The wind is coming from over there, that's the southwest. And yeah, it still looks more or less the same. The sun is in that quadrant of the sky, so it does look a bit brighter. Generally speaking, it doesn't look like it's going to rain anytime soon, but it's also not looking like we're going to bask in sunshine here anytime soon. So looking to the south, this is what it looks like. Southeast, east, northeast, north, and northwest. For those of you who didn't see yet, the grass over here has been cut. That is nice. Yusuf is also in the chat. Goedemiddag, good to see you, mate. There's a busiest that just now flew over. You can hear it, its distinct sound. It's probably going to land somewhere on the Schiphol Oostbaan. I do see a couple of bisjets that are now in the vicinity of Amsterdam that are going to go to runway 22. Finnair is approaching right there. That's Finnair flight 1305. That's an A321 arriving from bloody Helsinki, Finland. And to our left, we ought to be able to see a TUI 737. Not sure if it's a relocation flight. It's arriving from Brussels. Air Europa Dreamliner is also arriving from Madrid. Vueling from Barcelona is also coming this way. And I see that in the east of the Netherlands, Qatar, arriving from Doha, has just entered the Dutch airspace. Should be coming in. And Björn says in that plane a very good friend is inside. Mate of his is coming over, so we should be able to see his landing pretty soon. The airplane, in the meantime, has crept up a little bit. Before Finnair comes closer by, let's have another look and see what the wind is doing. Last time we checked the METAR, that's the METAR of 5 minutes to 4, so that's from an hour and 20 minutes ago. Was 16 knots of wind. Right now the wind is 15 knots, so it hasn't slowed down substantially. The angle is still the same, 240, with a little bit of variation between west and southwest. 15 knots of wind. Temperature constant, 21 degrees C, 72 F approximately. Still a ceiling at 3,000 feet right now. Scattered clouds at 2,400. And looking at the airplanes of interest, the Orange Pride is flying to Vancouver, of course, we saw it leave. Next airplane coming in is KLM Cargo, arriving around 6:12, so if all is well, it should come to the Polderbaan. It is expected to land at a time where, on paper, we should have only one runway open for arrivals. That's not the same for when the Emirates arrives. Unfortunately, by then we will have 2 runways open. Its ETA is 7:45. It's probably going to land on the center runway if they don't start using the Schiphol Oostbaan, which they said might be an option if the weather and visibility would deteriorate, which I hope it won't, because that means the weather is going to worsen and we might get rain. Right now, everything is still looking like it's going to stay dry for a while. Next airplane arriving is Finnair, an A321 arriving from Helsinki in Finland. Helsinki to Amsterdam usually averages around 2 hours, and the flight time of this flight right now is 2 hours and 11 minutes, so that's ballpark nominal. It's an 11-year-old airplane. First flight September 2013. Russell was also saying hi to the viewers. Gra, gra. Gra. What's he like, eh? Always vying for attention.
He's been sitting over there for a while.
Yeah, and I think he felt ignored, so that's why he thought, I'm going to do a flyby and make some noise. Huh?
Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
That's what he thought.
I'm trying to set up my filters like you do.
I'm not sure that you can if you don't. Do you have a paid version or?
But not the high paid.
Yeah, but I also have just a silver subscription, so you should be able to set up the filters the way I have as well.
That's very cool.
It's handy if you do live streams like me. Yeah, and also if there's additional stuff coming in, like yesterday we had the Indigo Dreamliner in the morning, and of course with the NATO summit when I knew about C-17s and had the registrations, makes it easier for them to follow, for you to follow them. There's your mate, Björn. There's your mate, having landed safely. Ah, he is from Holland, but lives for 20 years already in Helsinki with his Finnish wife. Ah, there you go. Well, at least he landed safely. Yeah, there are two BizJets that are on the glide slope or almost on the glide slope to runway 22 to land on the Schiphol Oostbaan. And in the meantime, I think it is a relocation flight from TUI is also over there. JAF 091P. That's the call sign. It is a 737-800. Belgium registered. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, TUV is its registration. 737-800. Flight time, a mere 27 minutes, of course. Not sure what the cruising altitude was, but it wasn't much higher than 20,000 feet, I will tell you that. 14-year-old airplane, first flight June 2011. Next airplane after that is looking to be the Dreamliner from Air Europa, I think, which I think we ought to be able to see if only we knew where to look exactly. I'm looking to my left, not seeing it yet. Is it working?
Yeah. Do you get the? Where do you get the JAF from?
Well, I think I must have also I must have the call signs. Let's see. Could you come out? Yeah, let's have a look and compare, because what I am seeing is, well, you've enabled something different. I've enabled the call signs and you've enabled the flight number, so you have, I think you have the same information now twice on your first and your third row are the same.
That's silly. Okay. Yeah.
I think you need to select call sign. I think that's what my first line is. Call sign, flight number, origin and destination, and then the airplane type is what I have.
Okay. I can remember where that was.
Yeah, it's not very intuitive. I think I think you need to go to the general settings.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's if you scroll downward.
Oh yeah, here. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah, look at me.
Yeah, and so you have flight number twice, and if you make the first row, I think it's the call sign that you need to have.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably should give you the same labels as I have.
See now, I was wondering how you did it so quickly.
So you do have the JAF as well now on the incoming 737, have you?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Brussels
exactly.
AMS.
Yeah, that's exactly the same that I have here.
They're wondering we're talking about Flight Radar 24.
Yeah, we're talking about we're setting up we're making sure that Gary has the same labels on Flight Radar as I have. Wolfgang has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Wolfgang. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Hopefully see you again tomorrow, which I hope will allow me to do another live stream at. So this is, I think, a relocation flight from TUI, from Brussels to Amsterdam. JAF 091P. Wonder if they have any passengers on board. Could be. I think it was mentioned in the chat that some flights stop at Brussels and then fly to a different destination from Amsterdam. So it did look pretty empty, yeah. Nobody shone the light, nobody was waving. Must have been empty. Right, next airplane coming in is Air Europa arriving from Madrid. Flight 1093. That's a 7878 Dreamliner. Echo Charlie, November Victor Zulu. 1991 Snicker asks, will you be streaming when Aero Mexico 25 lands? What's his estimated time of arrival? Because I don't know what time it will arrive. My plan is to stick around until the Emirates A380 has landed, flight 149. It has an ETA of 7:45 right now. Here's the Dreamliner. Air Europa arriving from Madrid. Qatar and its 777 is flying over Markermeer. Should be not too far away as well. Really looks jittery. I'm trying to stand in the direction in the wind with my head and my torso, so as to give the camera some cover from the wind, but it doesn't seem to be working. Going back to the top end of optical zoom might help to reduce the jitteriness, or at least the perceived jitteriness. Air Europa flight 1093 arriving from Madrid. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, 1 hour and 50 minutes underway to get here. Aero Mexico will land in 59 minutes. I will still be around then, 1991 Snicker. Don't you worry. We've got you covered here. The Air Europa Dreamliner is now at an altitude of 1,000 feet and descending. It is 11 years old. The first flight was in May 2014. Echo Charlie, November Victor Zulu, the registration, and on its left you can see another airplane that is approaching. That's Vueling, also arriving from Spain, from Barcelona. And it seems that Ryanair is arriving next after that, flying base now, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And it looks like the Qatar triple is arriving next after that. Jörg asks, they are crabbing more now, aren't they? I'm not sure that they necessarily do. The wind direction doesn't seem to have changed. The wind speed has been quite constant all throughout the stream, 15 to 17 knots or so. West to southwest. Day length on the northern hemisphere has begun to decrease since a couple of weeks, and already autumnal weather here in the Netherlands. It will be short-lived, luckily. In a week from now it's going to be sunny again, or at least that's what the current forecasts are predicting, with warm summery temperatures. So this is just a temporary glitch. Nice that the Dreamliner uses the reversers a little. Passing up on vacating via the first exit. Stranger is looking forward to a firm Ryanair landing. Uh-oh. By having said that out loud, we have probably jinxed it. It's probably going to be the butteriest landing that you have ever seen a Ryanair airplane do. almost has to be butter now. Qatar is flying base and is expected to be the third airplane to land here with the 2 prior airplanes to it already visible. Look to the right. If it is visible, we should see it pretty soon. Still flying base and approaching. And Brenda asks if this is the Polderbaan. It certainly is, Brenda. This is the Polderbaan. And you are definitely allowed to ask that. Don't be shy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. Most of them are nice. They can all give you silly answers if you want them to. Definitely don't be afraid to ask any questions. Hans' favorite Vueling is coming in next. Vueling flight 8306, arriving from Barcelona. Echo Charlie, November, Uniform Papa, EC NAP. 1 hour and 51 minutes on the way. Sorry? He is turning, yeah. He is taking the first exit. Alright, stranger, sit back. This is one for you. Ryanair, operated by Malta Air. So, not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We can already see the widebody from Qatar coming in behind it. Distorted by the exhaust gases. Lovely to see. Ryanair flight 3006, next to land here. Arrived from Dublin, Ireland. One hour and 6 minutes on the way. Ballpark nominal flight duration. Dublin to Amsterdam usually averages around an hour, just like Berlin. Right, fingers crossed it's going to get loud and hard. Yeah. That was definitely not the butteriest of landings. Don't hear them reversing. Didn't hear them. Think it was an idle reverse landing. All right, turning back. Here is Qatar. Qatar Cargo flight 8150, arriving from Doha. It's a 777 freighter, 6 hours and 4 minutes on the way. Registration Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Whiskey, which I think we saw earlier in the week as well. Registration does ring a bell with me. The airplane is 4 years old. Its first flight was in July 2020. Brenda asks, I was there last week. I was at the parking lot. Are you there or at a different location? I'm standing next to the cycling path, a bit further to the north of the parking lot where you were standing probably. If you go to the roundabout and then continue walking onto the cycling path, you'll end up at the location where I am currently standing. Quite a few people who have traveled up here. You can see some people are further to the north of me and some people are further south of me. And zooming in, well, there's a car in the way and of course people are in the way, but over there should be the parking lot where you are probably at then, Brenda.
Strange, there's a car there. It's not supposed to be there.
Yeah, but they're also not supposed to be any cars on the roundabout. They also sometimes park over there. It's only cheating if you get caught, I think a lot of people seem to think. I have only seen police patrol past me just once, I think.
When I was getting here, I saw
Yeah, that's the only thing and the only time I think I saw them today. So they must have been doing other stuff in the meantime.
they're due.
Yeah. It's the same on the other side. You also see you also sometimes see cars standing there right in front of the emergency exit or entrance. The other day I was standing here and a motorcycle, which wasn't a police motorcycle, also was coming by on the cycling path. Yeah, well, like I said, it's only cheating if you get caught and if the police is not here and the military police also doesn't show up. Jordiing is back. Have I missed anything? Well, as Liebe would say, you missed the Hindenburg. But other than that, no, nothing substantial. There is a bit of blue over here in the sky. And for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm here with ground crew today in the form of Gary in Amsterdam. And we are filming arrivals here on the Polderbaan, which now is the only runway for inbound traffic. And in, what is it, 40 or so minutes, another 747 is expected. It's going to be the second of the show. In the first 10 minutes of today's show, there was already a first 747 that landed here on the Polderbaan. The second 747 that is now underway is also expected to land here on this runway. We're sticking around until the Emirates A380 has also landed here at Schiphol Airport. Its ETA around 7:45 p.m. You can see the local time in your bottom left corner of your screen. Now the A380 is arriving at a time where two runways are going to be open for arrivals. The center runway today thus far has been the secondary runway of choice, so I'm thinking that is also going to reopen again later. That should be around 6:20 or so, if I recall correctly. It will mean that the Emirates A380 is more than likely going to land on the center runway today. But you never know, fingers crossed, it has happened before. And Schiphol is the place to be to expect the unexpected. We just now saw Qatar, and this is Lufthansa flight 996 arriving from Frankfurt. A little tippy-toey, but still landing in one go. We haven't seen any go-rounds yet, for those of you who are wondering. This is an A319. Daled is the registration, Delta Alpha India Lima Delta. Daled, nailed it. Vueling will be next, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. I'm starting to get a little peckish, and as tempting as your party box seems, I did bring along some Dutch typical popcorn too. Oh man, I still have corn lying around that I can also make into popcorn.
Yeah, the pre-made, the bagged.
Mmm.
It's in my dirty bag. It's the famous
Jimmy's, the original popcorn sweet. Are you a sweet popcorn guy or a savory?
I think cold would be sweet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Savory warm, I guess.
Warm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you wouldn't have warm cold. Warm sweet, no.
Mmm.
What is your famous sandwich? Huh? Cheese. Yes.
Yeah, I'm indulging in a typical Dutch cheese sandwich right now. Yeah.
So that's the A5 over there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so far away, I didn't realize that. Because I drive up there because of the A10 construction.
Yeah, yeah.
Last week, it's terrible, so we have to go all the way around.
Mm.
But it's cool, I get to see the airport.
Now there's the A5, and over there at the end of the runway is the A9 highway. Yeah, traffic was terrible last week.
Yeah.
I had to go to Amsterdam on a Tuesday. Took me 1.5 hours of non-stop traffic jam. Normally it would have taken me half an hour or so.
Yeah, it's the...
From the A4 until the entire A4 was traffic jam. I thought I was smart by going to Schiphol and I thought I would take the parallel tunnel tube. It was also completely it completely ground to a halt. It wasn't even slowly moving. It wasn't moving. Period.
Jeez. Yeah, it's terrible. Through next week too.
Yeah.
They just closed the 2 roads.
While we are discussing highway construction in Amsterdam, which is causing a lot of hindrance during work days. The next.
During the summer.
Nah, that would have been too much. The next airplane is in the meantime arriving. It's Hans' favorite, Vueling Flight 2901, arriving from Palma de Mallorca, where this airplane left from 2 hours and a minute ago. The registration is Echo Charlie Oscar Golf Charlie. And there is an Embraer 175 that is flying base behind it. It should become visible from the right at some point. Don't think it is visible just yet. Embraer 175 arriving from Copenhagen. And Transavia is arriving from Pisa. That should be approaching from the west. Now looking at the west for the first time, it looks a bit more grim, doesn't it?
It's cold too.
It's it has begun to look a bit more dark and gloomy looking to the east, to the west right now, where the wind is coming from. Makes me wonder if it is going to stay dry here or not. Let's have a quick look after this landing. See what the weather radar has been saying. In the meantime, Marco Milos also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Hey, a pigeon. That's something we don't see very regularly over here. Pixie the pigeon. Yeah, attracted to the popcorn. Is the dot still in place? We need to check. We need to check. It is still in place. The world as we know it will not come to an end today. That's only if the one dot is no longer there. Now, have a look. This is now what we are looking at in the direction of the wind. So I'm wondering what's it going to be like. Let's have a quick look. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Tom. Tom Schillemans just now gifting 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that. You went ahead and did it anyway. A 500 like celebration. Thank you all so much for 500 likes. That's halfway to an airplane dance. Yeah, we're not going to lower our standards for the airplane dance. The first one will come at 1K. Thank you so much, Tom. You really did not have to do that. That is above and beyond. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. If you are one of the new members, don't forget to say thank you to Tom and have fun with the custom emojis. It is beginning to look a bit more gloomy now if I look on Buienradar. Buienradar is now showing me this. And that means it might rain lightly between 7 and 7:30 is what it is now saying. The Dutch Met Office KNMI is also indicating the formation of light drizzle. So it might be that we are going to get a few droplets in the upcoming 2 hours. We are still going to try to stick around until the Emirates A380 has landed, which is expected in 2 hours from now. I don't think that any rain that we are going to see is going to be very substantial, but of course we'll keep a close eye on that. Tom wonders if I gave up on automated responses. Well, I haven't given up on it, but I have gone back to the drawing board and now only have one enabled, which I haven't seen being triggered yet because nobody became a member out of their own. Membership renewals I saw yesterday, it didn't trigger to. I suspect when somebody becomes a new member, it also will not trigger an alarm, but that's right now the only widget that I have enabled. If somebody becomes a new member, so not a membership renewal, but a new member period, if all is well, it should pop up. If it doesn't, then I know that I need to go back to the drawing board. I want to go one widget at a time and starting with new members. Then we can maybe go to membership renewal and then membership celebrations and then super chats and super stickers and whatnot. Gifted memberships. Jording is asking, until when will you be live? Well, like I said just now, my plan is to stick around until Emirates Flight 149 has landed. Whether or not the weather will allow me to do that remains to be seen.
My colleague was watching and recognized my voice.
Hey, you got a message. Gary in Amsterdam got a message from a coworker who was watching and recognized the voice. Yeah, you're getting famous, mate.
Is that you on YouTube?
Is that you on YouTube? Oh my God, you're becoming a YouTuber. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. My 86 followers.
All right, what is up? It is a KLM M175. This is KLM flight 1274 arriving from Copenhagen. Anybody home? Oh. The wind has become a bit more gusty. Makes it a bit harder to follow the airplanes properly. It's as if I've sipped too much AMS Live vodka, which I assure you, you never drink too much of it. Next up is going to be Transavia flight 5422 arriving from Pisa. Pisa. The registration is the PHHZL Hotel Zulu Lima. PH Hazel. Arriving from Pisa. Now I'm starting to get hungry. It's a 737-800. 1 hour and 35 minutes on the way. Hey, Guy is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Guy. Hope all is well. The airplane is 24 years old that we're now seeing. First flight March 2001. Downing another cheese sandwich in the meantime.
Eats very quiet. Eat smackly.
Dank je. I eat quietly, says Gary. Chinese triple should be arriving next after this Transavia. It's turning in according to flight radar, so look in the background to the right. It ought to become visible pretty soon. China Eastern Airlines flight 771 arriving from Shanghai in China. Now, where is that Chinese triple? Ah, there it is. Doeg! That's Ryan and his family leaving. And you can see that visibility is worsening. It looks like the clouds are a bit lower now and are in the way of the glide slope somewhat. As China Eastern is making its way over here, there it is once again, becoming visible out of the clouds. If all is well, it should not be getting into the clouds anymore. I think it's below it now. This is China Eastern Airlines, flight 771, arriving from Shanghai in China. That's a 777-300ER, registration Bravo 7369. That's 10 hours and 51 minutes on the way, and the airplane itself is 9 years old. Its first flight was in April 2016. Quick sip of vodka. That's the best.
Yeah, it looks good.
It is so tasty. Let's see, after China, after the Chinese triple, we are going to see Air Oink Oink, Pegasus, arriving from Istanbul, an A321neo. Seems to be obscured by the clouds still. Yeah, and now looking again to the west, the darkness that we saw just now seems to have passed, and even though it doesn't look very cheerful, it doesn't look as threatening as it did a couple of minutes ago. You still okay with your shorts on?
Yeah, it's the back of my neck.
It's that the back of your neck is what gets you, right? Yeah.
Don't think I'm gonna make it till 7:30 though. The dog's home alone. So
No, probably a bit too late. Oh shit!
I don't want to fall in though.
Almost. Yeah, thanks. That was a plastic bag that I had my sandwiches in that escaped the pouch of my my hoodie, surprisingly. China Eastern flight 771 arriving from Shanghai in China. Jay is also back in the chat and he says, wow, you are broadcasting when normal people are awake. Yeah. Yeah, it was a little bit rainy this morning, or at least it was looking like it was going to get wet. reversers being applied, quite clearly audible. We did have a plastic bag on the loose, Tom, but we have it. Well, at least Gary got it for me. He saw it, he went after it, risking his own life, almost toppling into the water here because the bag was already in the downward slanting part. But he managed, what a trooper.
All for the ducks.
All for the ducks, exactly, yeah. Hey, Chris Coot is also back. That's Chris Coot. Chris Coot doing some evening cardio. Always active, him. Is he nibbling on something green and fibrous? Almost certainly, yeah. And he's eating water. Sniffling around. What's this? Bit of grass. Away with it. Are there any nests that you can trample on? Hey, look, it's a small flower.
Yeah, he's the mean one, right?
Yeah, it was one of the coots that stomped on the duck's nest at the other runway. Yeah, that's them. That's them, all right. Yeah, they look sweet and innocent, but down below, actually,
Yeah, that was so funny.
their souls are as black as their feathers are.
It was a funny episode. What did we call it?
Yeah. And people were really curious when I went back. How's the nest? And the most funny thing was that the ducks reinforced the nest, and it was stronger than it was on the first time, the first day that they came over. So it only strengthened the resolve of the ducks to make a fortified nest and ignore their angry neighbors. I think every one of us will at some point have had to do with neighbors and can relate to the issues that the ducks were encountering. Fly pigs! Oink, air oink oink, Pegasus, there it is, an A321neo, flight 1257, having landed here after 3 hours and 13 minutes on the way from Istanbul. That's a nominal flight duration. Stranger says if you can manage to get the bag till the runway, we might get a go around. Not exactly what we had planned here, mate. I like to stay friends with Schiphol for as long as I can, if we are still on speaking terms. I think Schiphol Group itself is not so much the culprit. I think it is more the security guys that have an opinion about me. Or maybe they don't, I don't care. They're dead to me. The next airplane is one for Michael, but I thought I saw he already left. CRJ coming in, CityJet SAS flight 1549, arriving from Copenhagen. Not yet visible, but soon expected to become visible. The 747 is also approaching. It's in the vicinity of Lelystad, so with a little bit of luck, well, no, I think that the clouds are in the way too much. Don't think we will be able to see it on its extended base leg in the vicinity of Purmerend. We would be able to see it when flying over there if the skies had been blue, but... No, exactly, Tom, we're not exactly on speaking terms over at P3. A keen observation by Tom. Well, the 747 from KLM is approaching. So too is an A350 arriving from Beijing, China Southern. More wide bodies arriving from the northeast as well. Xiamen Air is also coming. That's a Dreamliner arriving from Xiamen in China. So it's the Chinese invasion, as if that wasn't happening already. Now there is a CRJ on final. We only have to find it. There it is. SAS flight 1549 arriving from Copenhagen in Denmark. CRJ 900 long range. Registration EI FPF. Foxtrot Papa Foxtrot. Irish registered. It is a 9-year-old airplane. First flight April 2016. Peter K asks if Oman Air has started flying to AMS yet. I think they started earlier in the week. I thought I saw pictures of Oman Air having arrived here at Schiphol. Now, also speaking of having arrived here, that's of course our good friend Russell Crowe. Russell and Cheryl a bit further down. Or is that Cheryl here in the foreground? You can always tell whoever is loudest is Russell. One of them is moving. Oh, now they both are. Yep. They're watching us. Also might have something to do with the two ladies that are sitting on the concrete bench here now. The next airplane in the background is Shamrock Flight 608 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. A regular A320 coming in from Dublin. Nice landing. You can see the lights on the runway reflecting in the bottom of the fuselage, or at least you could in the beginning. Anybody home? Let's have a look. There's this blue and yellow sheen in the windows that makes it hard to look into the cockpit. They are taking the first exit though, so had we stood at the location I normally am standing at, but now am not because of the sand pile further north, it would have given us a nice butt shot. Mitsubishi, Jeff and Maas, who asks Mitsubishi or Bombardier CRJ on flight radar. It says Mitsubishi 900 long range. Alright, Shamrock is next, and after Shamrock the lights that you see at its 10 o'clock are from Transavia. That's arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The Transavia is an A321neo. The Shamrock is a regular quote-unquote A320. The third airplane turning in but hidden from view because of the clouds is an A350. That's China Southern Airlines arriving from Beijing. I think it's the first A350 of the show as well.
3 big ones coming in a row.
Yeah, 3 big ones coming in a row. The Chinese invasion.
Yes, that's too bad. I want Chinese food now.
Could also go for some Chinese food. Come to think of it. How was your dinner the other day? You also mentioned last week that you were going for dinner and the chef was retiring or something. Yeah. Moving.
It was lekker.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Lekker gegeten. Yeah.
3 bottles of wine and.
Ooh, nice.
Maybe 2, but yeah, it was very good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was festive. Yeah, as I say.
Festive.
Yeah, Luke. Not gezellig, not low, it's festive.
Feestelijk.
Feestelijk.
Feestelijk is festive.
Yeah. Just a lot of the people came out and it was very community
Full house?
Yeah. It was nice to see everybody. Thank you for asking.
Well, you mentioned it and I was wondering because me and Lisa were going to the pancake boat, which was also nice, but I forgot to ask you how your dinner was. All 3 planes are proudly American, Stranger says. Yeah, well, huh?
Strange car driving on
Yeah. Where's it coming from?
the Secret Service.
It's the Secret Service. No, it is. I think it is. I think it is a road that leads to one of the farms over there.
Oh, okay.
I have seen trucks going on there and seemingly dropping off cargo and then returning again. I think it's not public road, but I think there are some companies, some farms, I think, over there, and I think it's providing access to those, but I'm not sure though.
Oh yeah, it's going through a gate. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a fence over there, and it's not publicly accessible. This is Transavia flight 5624, an A321neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Pilots seemed to be struggling a little bit shortly before touching down with wind. Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Bravo. A350 now next, and if all is well, behind that should be Queen number 2, and she's becoming visible. Look at this, what a beautiful combo shot this is, if the clouds aren't obscuring Her Majesty a little. China Southern Airlines, flight 345 is arriving from Beijing in China. The registration is Bravo 32 Charlie, Quebec. Flight duration 9 hours and 39 minutes, and we can see that the gear on the KLM 747 is extending. Angry looking Chinese A350 seems to be saying, I don't want to go to the Netherlands, I want to go back to China. Crabbing in. A Queen behind it, what a money shot this is. 9 hours and 39 minutes on the way. Three-year-old airplane. This airplane began flying in July 2022, so next month. No, this month. It has turned. No, it's turned 3 this month. Happy birthday. That's why it's looking so angry. It needs to work on its birthday. Well, I can imagine looking a bit sour then. It's allowed. We'll allow it. Right, it's landed, so let's focus on the Queen. You can hear the reversers. The microphone is still very much focused to the front, and you could hear the A350 and its reversers pass by quite clearly just now. Hopefully this KLM 747 will do the same. This is KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air, flight 9442. It is a 747-400 freighter, the PHCKB, Charlie Kilo Bravo. And this airplane has been flying for 7 hours and 5 minutes from Almaty, which I think, if I recall correctly, is in Kazakhstan, isn't it?
I think so, yes.
It's where the Soyuz usually goes back and lands.
Yeah.
The airplane itself is 22 years old already, the CKB. First flight was in April 2003. Second 747 of the show. The first one landed here on this runway 2 in the first 10 or so minutes of the show. Right, let's look and listen. Come on, spool up those reversers, you know you want to. That is a bit disappointing. That is a bit disappointing. It's a lovely machine, it's a lovely landing. Always lovely to see 747s, but it could have been a bit louder. Russell sitting on the front row seat on the pile of dirt over there. He also doesn't seem to be very impressed. I'm not sure that it was light. It did travel quite a distance, so you would think it would probably be loaded to the brim with cargo when traveling such a distance, but not sure if it was light.
The Chinese one was
The Chinese was loud, yeah. Those Chinese know how to use those reversers. Yeah. Still, what a beautiful machine, isn't it? Look at this. It's a pity that a site like this has become a rarity these days. When a couple of decades ago, when you were at Schiphol, there wasn't a single direction you could look in without seeing a 747. Best part is most of them were all passenger airplanes as well. Now all these 747s that you see over here at Schiphol at least are cargo 747s. By following this airplane we naturally go towards the windsock, and that is a good opportunity to also have a look at the METAR and see what the wind has been doing. The A350 not too far ahead, and there's the windsock. Definitely some Viagra still in the sky, in the air. That was the Sunweb livery 737 from Transavia that landed in the meantime. And while the 747 is passing by, let's also have a look at the weather in a moment. So the windsock we already see. And looking at the METAR in the ticker indicating 15 knots of wind from the southwest. A refresh will tell us what it has become in the meantime. 16 knots, so the wind is still constant. It has turned a bit further back to the south, so the crosswind component has decreased a little bit, although the variability of the wind between a bit north of west and south-southwest is indicating that there is still significant crosswind. Wind has not changed significantly in speed. It has been between 15 and 17 knots all throughout. Temperature is still constant at 21 degrees C. Visibility at ground level is still 10 kilometers or more. We still have a ceiling which is now at 3,400 feet, and we have additional layers of clouds between 2,000 and 2,500 feet. Few and scattered clouds. Of course, there is a ceiling. And the next airplane of interest is going to be the A380. Last time we checked, it had an ETA of 7:45, which means it is likely going to land on the center runway, which is expected to start being used for arrivals by the time it lands. Let's have a look. Looking on Flight Radar right now, there is another 747 underway. It's going to land at 9 p.m. That's going to be too late for me, but my plan is, if it stays dry or if it doesn't start raining too hard, to stick around until the Emirates A380, which is now flying into Hungarian airspace, but soon will traverse into Austrian airspace and now has an ETA of 7:42, so that's 1.5 hours away until it has landed. In the meantime, more airplanes coming in. There's another widebody that is now approaching, so let's quickly turn around. This is Xiamen Airways, arriving from Xiamen in China. No, it's not Airways, it's Xiamen Air. Apologies. Xiamen Air, arriving from Xiamen in China. 11 hours and 5 minutes underway. Bravo 2760 is the registration. Hey there, Jeffrey, goedenavond, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, all others who have joined in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I am here at the Polderbaan, and I have ground crew with me. Gary in Amsterdam has also come over. German Air also using the reversers quite liberally, just like the Chinese A350 before it. Hey there, Zikosor. Good evening. Carlos, good evening. In the meantime, let's see what else is coming this way. Transavia and Lufty coming in. Hey there, Anderson, good evening. If you joined us later, you may have missed the arrival of two 747s already. If all is well, and it's going to stay dry, hopefully we are sticking around until the Emirates flight 149 has landed. Even though it is expected to land at the wrong runway, the center runway, we are still able to see it quite well from over here. This is Transavia flight 6338, arriving from Valencia. Registration Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Foxtrot, 2 hours and 3 minutes on the way. Lufty A319, next after that, arriving from Frankfurt. And big picture overview, this is what things look like. You can see a street of clouds forming over there. That's indicative of the direction of the wind. The wind is coming from behind, looking in this direction. There are also some duckies over here. Yeah. And I am wondering, because this one is a bit more dark, is this the quartet, or are these two siblings? I think they might be. A couple of weeks ago there were three more in the classical lady duck livery, and there was one who was darker. I think those are siblings. If these are still together and the rest is no more, it means that, yeah, there are only these two are left. I think they might be siblings. Yeah, absolutely. Right. So, looking in the direction of the wind, things are a bit more dark. Then again, not excessively dark. You can also see where the wind is coming from. It's coming from over there. In the meantime, Gary in Amsterdam and me are both wearing our hoodies. Look a bit gangster. It's not because we want to be tough. It's because we want to be warm. And it keeps our necks a bit warm. With the wind blowing from behind.
I don't think I could be tough if I tried.
Oh, hell yeah, we can be tough if we try. Absolutely we can. Looks like we are going to see an Air Baltic A220 up next. And not going to the wrong runway, but to the right runway, to the Polderbaan. Now, if only we were able to see it already. According to Flight Radar, it shouldn't be too far away to the north. You're right, Bill. Bill J says, keeping the mother duckers in line. Absolutely. Keep them all in check. Yeah.
A few more of them are spotters here.
Definitely, yeah.
Just later, well, maybe for the 380.
I think they might be. I hope they'll realize that it's going to go to a different runway.
Yeah.
At least most of us can already deduce by the estimated time of arrival and the expected runway use that we are not going to see the A380 up close here today. Of course, I hope I am wrong.
Yeah.
I hope Oh no. had to look on the different page for the sound effect. Of course, I hope I am.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Yeah.
And that's video. Those are images. You didn't cut them out and put them in there, right?
These I've made them myself.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
of course. Yeah.
So it's actually real paper or something.
No. This is video. This is
Oh.
video. No, but digital. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Okay.
illuminating. Yeah, that's why now you can see it more clearly. If the sun is shining brightly during the day, it's a bit hard to see. The brightness is not that high. The buttons are reflective, but these are actually illuminated.
I wanna
This
push
is
it so badly. The jaws.
yeah. Jaws. And of course the angel, the angelical music.
Very nice.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Yeah, sound effects. They're not just for young children. They're for old children too. Anyway, Air Baltic is up next, and after that we have British Airways coming in. After that, Aeromexico. Aeromexico flight 25 arrived from Mexico City. And is it? No, it is not the Quetzalcoatl livery. Have you ever seen the Quetzalcoatl livery, Gary?
No, I haven't.
It's beautiful.
It's coming here.
Well, it's not coming today, but of course, with Aeromexico flying into Amsterdam regularly, they do send it over sometimes. It's a special livery, but it has a lot of intricate details. In passing by, it's actually too short. You only see you only see it too briefly to really see all the details. Just like with the Corendon Max 9 with the what's it called? The tattoo. Have you seen that before?
I don't think so, no.
So Henk Schiefmacher, which in the Netherlands is a well-known tattoo artist, made a special livery, basically a big tattoo on one of the new airplanes of Corendon.
I've heard you
But-
speak of that, yeah.
Yeah, but it also has a lot of intricate details, and when it passes you by, it's actually, you only see a glimpse of it, or you see it from far away. It doesn't do justice to the livery. The Quetzalcoatl is similar, a lot of details, and yeah, you should Google it. It's a really nice special livery. It does sometimes fly to Amsterdam, not today though. Today we are expecting a standard livery from Aeromexico. Still, since we usually stream in the morning hours, we don't get to see it that much anymore. They used to fly in and arrive earlier in the afternoon, and if I stayed in a bit longer after the A380, at times I would be able to catch it then, but they've gone to arriving in the local evening, and unless I stream in the late afternoon, early evening, I basically constantly miss it, or unless it is severely delayed, because I did also see it come in the morning hours after having a multi-hour delay, and it basically, instead of coming in the evening before, it basically came in the next morning over here.
Yeah, I think there's SkyTeam, right? I don't know that stuff very well.
I also am not too well versed in knowing which carriers belong to which team, SkyTeam, or it could be. The next airplane is BA flight 440, arriving from London Heathrow. It's an A320neo, 39 minutes on the way. Registration is Golf Tango Tango Sierra Alpha, arriving from London.
You know,
yes,
fish,
London.
chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
You can see it's starting to get a little more dark out here. The landing lights are becoming a bit more pronounced and start to shine a bit more because of the lower ambient light. The sun isn't setting anytime soon yet though, mind you, that's still 4 hours away, well 3.5. Hey Guus, thank you for your kind words. Guus is new here and is saying hi and is liking what he is seeing, and I hope that goes for all of you. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't done so already and you want to support the channel for free, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. It's a free and easy way to help this channel's content reach a wider audience. People who haven't heard of AMS Live yet, but who would be happy to join our awesome community if only they knew we existed. Mats, goedenavond. Good to see you, mate. And welcome to the show, all others who have joined. This is Air Mexico, flight 25, arrival from Mexico City. Registration November 966 Alpha Mike. 10 hours and 14 minutes. This flight has been underway. It's about to come to an end. Boom. Deflex. And reversers, nice. Flap surfaces look decent enough. Hey, Evan is also back. Top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez, tuning in from Santa Monica. Hope all is well, mate. How have you been? Anderson has to go. Enjoy the rest of your evening, Anderson, and thank you for joining, mate. Now, if all is well, weather permitting, I am going to stick around until Emirates Flight 149 has landed. It is expected in a little over an hour from now. Should be landing on the wrong runway though, but if all is well, we should be able to see it quite well from over here. Sounds like I'm hearing the engines of a departure.
That's what I was just looking for.
Yeah. Wind is blowing the sounds of the departures this way, and
747 taking off.
747 taking off from
I
18.
don't know how to tell that.
Oh, it's going to Seoul.
Yeah.
No, that but
Oh,
no. That's still taxiing. That's still taxiing. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything emerging above the tree, so maybe, well, we haven't misheard both at once. I'm sure it was something.
Helicopter maybe?
Nah, it didn't sound like a helicopter. Oh, no, that's not. that's not what I was hearing.
Yeah.
That's a smaller plane taking off now. Not sure what we heard. Alright, next up is KLM flight 1486, and it is arriving from Biarritz. Biarritz. That was Switzerland, wasn't it? Indeed, Mats, they cut the grass. Well spotted. They've cut the grass over here, the entire width of the grass field. And at least the part between the beginning of the cycling path and the tubes, the pipes, I'm not sure if they also cut the grass on the north side. Zooming in, it looks like they didn't. It looks like they only cut it until over here. Biarritz in the southwest of France. Stranger just found out. Thanks for letting us know, mate. KLM M190s are coming in now. Well, two of them, and then an M175 is coming in.
They probably did this for the plane spotters, I assume.
I would think so too, yeah.
The good of the compute.
But what I don't understand is why they didn't do it last year, because last year everything was overgrown from spring till autumn.
Yeah.
They never cut it. They never did. They initially cut the first bit, and they also did that earlier in the week. But I didn't think they were going to cut the rest as well. So I'm positively surprised to see that they did. Makes visibility that much better. Less risk of getting bitten by ticks. All in all, a good development. Before you'll know it, they'll also reinstate the picnic tables that they had here before at some point. They did have them, yeah. And now there's only a couple of those concrete benches, but they used to have picnic tables, those fixed tables with fixed benches next to them.
Yeah.
But you could have something to eat over there. Also, waste bins next to them.
Why they remove them? Do you know?
I was told because of the birds the garbage attracted, but I'm not sure that is the real reason for it. In the meantime, just now JD went ahead and gifted 5 more memberships. Mate, you really did not have to do that. Thank you so much, Jörg, for your generosity. Probably because we went through 600 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I'm happy to see so many of you are enjoying what you see and have been seeing. Thank you so much for the support. And Jörg, thank you so much in particular for the 5 gifted memberships. You did not have to do that. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will thank you for it and will enjoy the custom emojis that they now have at their disposal for a month. Have fun with them, guys. Get creative with them. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use your custom emojis as much as you want. Get creative with them. Make us laugh with them. Jörg, thank you once again. And welcome to the Skylines new members. This is another M from KLM 190, arriving from Montpellier, which I know for a fact is in France, somewhere. Don't ask me if it is in the north or in the west or in the south. Although, with a flight time of 1 hour and 34 minutes, it's probably further to the south than to the north. That's me using logic to cheat the system. Now, if you can't get enough of M, then you are in luck, because there is another one coming in from Milan. Here it is, KLM flight 1616. It's an M175, 1 hour and 23 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Lima is the registration. Moped on the cycling path, which you heard pass by just now. 8-year-old airplane, first flight January 2017. Now one of my phone apps is giving me a warning that in my hometown, which is a bit further to the south, it is going to drizzle for a longer period of time in 15 minutes from now, is what it said. Did it? Where? Behind the trees. Oh, over there.
Yeah.
Ah. Well, there was a. Oh yeah, I did see so. Yeah, it's in the clouds already. A 747 to Seoul might turn to the west and then to the north, east, flying out over the north. It did, because a couple of moments ago you just showed me it was still taxiing. Probably got clearance right away. Next up is Corendon with a MAX 9737, flight 660, arriving from Preveza. The registration is Papa Hotel Charlie Delta Romeo, and the flight time 2 hours and 42 minutes. Hey Corinne, good evening. Welcome to the show. The airplane is a year old. The first flight was in March 2024. Another Embraer arriving from Rennes in the background. That's KLM flight 1416. Oh, That was a fishy, I think.
Yes.
A single isolated splash, probably the tail fin of a bird, a fish or something. It definitely wasn't a bird or anything. Alright, more wide bodies are coming. KLM flight 844 is also arriving from Bangkok. It's 6:32, and what was the schedule again with regards to the runway use? Let's have a quick look on Bezoek Bus and see what they were saying, because I honestly didn't remember. So until 6:20 it was Polderbaan only. It means that by now the center runway should have opened up. Asterisk, it could also be that they open up runway 22. Let's refresh the LVNL website to see what runways are open, and we have our answer. Center runway is open. So I'm wondering how much of the airplane arriving from Bangkok we are going to see, because on paper it should be, the center runway should be open already. Hey, the Sparta Rotterdam, good evening, welcome back, mate. Wind is definitely not slowing down yet. It's gusty and it's definitely not getting less than it was before. The center runway is already open, so I'm thinking the wide bodies that we now see on flight radar that are arriving from the east, including the Etihad A350-1000 that is coming in, are probably going to the center runway, or have they been assigned to a different runway? That would be something, wouldn't it, if the Etihad A350 would be landing here on this runway? Probably isn't going to do, it's probably not going to happen though, but we can dream, can't we? Always stay dreaming. Yeah, and in the meantime it is still rather busy over here with people walking here, people with bicycles, and also you can see, looking to the west, it's not the brightest of skies. Airplane approaching KLM flight 868 arriving from Osaka, which arrived via the pole and flew to its east. So it arrived from our west, which is why it is assigned to this runway and not to the center runway, which it would have been assigned to had it arrived via the east. 13 hours and 18 minutes it has taken this airplane to get here. So it means it has traveled 13 hours and 18 minutes to get here. Incredible. That's a long journey it has traveled. I see that Gary has mentioned me in a story on Instagram. And Wolfgang is still waiting for a reaction. I have to get back to people, I think.
Yeah, it's just giving you credit there.
Hey, no need to give me credit, I'm not a bank mate. Yeah, the 777 arriving from Bangkok is turning in for the center runway. That's a pity. Laliners asks, how do you find these sounds so fast? Do you have shortcuts on your keyboard? Or, no, I have a Stream Deck. I have a Stream Deck that I have attached between the legs of my tripod, so I can have access to everything all at once. So if you say something stupid, I might be quick and say
Retard, retard, retard.
Or if there's an airplane in an airplane in an airplane and it's airplane inception, or if I need to reboot. No. If I'm done, I'm saying.
Oh yeah? Well, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Sandra, you can post that later, maybe.
If we see something that we don't recognize. If all is well, it shouldn't be. If all is well, it shouldn't be. No. That's of course something that I need to think about as well.
No, I heard you mention that though.
Yeah. Here we go.
And what is the bruh?
It's an old meme.
Okay.
It's an old meme. What? An old meme? Here on the channel? What? And if I sip my vodka, of course. Sip of vodka. To keep warm.
It feels like mid-October, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's the vibe out here is really autumnal. It's really
Winter's over.
winter is coming. Is what they always used to say. Yeah. Well, if it's going to stay dry or not remains to be seen. I did receive some weather app warnings for my hometown, which is only 15 kilometers to the south of here. Prolonged drizzle in 15 minutes is what it mentioned, so it should be drizzly out there right now.
We're not made of sugar though.
No, we aren't. We can handle a bit of rain. It's just a combination of rain and wind that makes it a bit cold. Particularly if neither one of us is wearing a thick winter coat.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
KLM 777 300R arriving from Bangkok in Thailand. There it is. Indeed, Daniel, it's a beautiful Dutch summer's day. Yeah. Yeah, in the Netherlands, it's the Netherlands is a land with limitless possibilities. It can get autumnal every day of the year. And Terry is tuning in from Florida. Any special and rare old flights coming in today to Schiphol? Well, right now the only thing we are awaiting is the Emirates flight from Dubai, the second A380 of the show, the day I should say. Well, and end of the show as well, because we did see the prior A380 leave. There aren't, to my knowledge, any rare and special flights coming in till then. You could argue that the A380 is also not very special in itself because it is a daily flight coming in, but it is the only carrier that brings the A380 to Schiphol. And it used to be just one, now it's two a day. We did see the first one leave, and the second one is expected in an hour or so from now. We did see two 747s land on this runway earlier in the show. Couple of special liveries.
Thrusting?
Yeah, some reverse thrusting. Yeah, a good chance to lose some of your hearing. Absolutely. Next airplane coming in is Transavia flight 5426, arriving from Pisa. I could go for a little slice of pizza. Chinese food, pizza, anything. Now touching down after 1 hour and 38 minutes of flight. The Papa Hotel, Hotel X-Ray Alpha. Now there's also an weather app warning that just popped up that says here in the vicinity Vijfhuizen it's going to rain for an extended period of time in 25 minutes from now. So that begs the question, how bad is it becoming? Yeah. Have you? Let's go to Bijradar first and see. It says, well, it already is indicating, no, this is just the upcoming hour. So it is indicating slight drizzle. I'm also always checking the Dutch Met Office's website as well, KNMI. It is showing, we are approximately over here, it is definitely showing rain coming and it is activating. So that is a bit of a bummer. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. For now, let's just hold out for a bit longer. I did bring an umbrella with me in case we needed it. I'm not sure how long before we will start to need it, because it is looking like there's definitely a bit of precipitation coming our way pretty soon.
Umbrella would do much good.
Well, no. Well, the umbrella. Well, it is a storm umbrella, so it would probably not break. But you could only keep the camera dry, and that's about it. The Etihad A350-1000 is becoming visible and is flying to the center runway. Over here we have to make do with narrow bodies. There's a 737-700 arriving from Toulouse and a 737-800 arriving from Geneva behind it. In the meantime, the A350-1000 has become visible. There it is, Etihad. And you can see flap tip vortices, indicative of high humidity. Of course, going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Beautiful machine. I always love the Etihad livery. It is beautiful in itself, even when the sun isn't shining on it. But in combination with the sleek features of the A350, it definitely looks beautiful. Silver lining of it going to the center runway is that we can see it from the side quite well, insofar as the wind is allowing me to keep the footage stable. What a machine. What a looker. Oh, gusts. There she is, rolling out. Lovely. Now there's also another wide body going to the wrong runway. Qatar, arriving from Doha, flight 8203. That's another wide body going to the
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
runway. Qatar Cargo, flight 8203, arriving from Doha. That's a 777 freighter on the glide slope to the wrong runway. Alpha 7, best friend Rorever, BFR, Bravo Foxtrot Romeo. I think we saw this one yesterday as well. And an Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 is coming to the Polderbaan next. Flying parallel to this Qatar is a Ryanair arrival from Malaga. That's going to land first. That's a MAX 8 737 with the potential to get loud. Let's hope it will.
Qatar flies a lot.
They do. Yeah, more often than not, whenever you see Qatar flying to or from Amsterdam, it's going to be a cargo triple. Just like how we more regularly see the Singapore Airlines 747 than the A350 or Cathay Pacific cargo as well, the 747-8s. I see them almost more regularly than the A350-1000, which already has caused me to mistakenly say it's Cathay Pacific cargo when it is actually Cathay Pacific when talking about the A350-1000. It's easy to make the mistake. Same with Qatar cargo. Oh shit, this is the 777-300ER, it's a passenger one. Oops, it's just Qatar Airways. Next up is Air France flight 1440, arriving from Paris, Paris-Charles de Gaulle, A220-300, the Verhupne, the Foxtrot Hotel Papa November Echo. Tom has to go. Thank you for joining us, Tom. Have a nice evening and see you later, mate. Yep, live, indeed. Sorry? Ah, check it out. More viewers as well. Checking it out live as well. Right, Air France A220-300 arriving from Paris. The airplane a year old, first flight July 2023. So somewhere this month this airplane is turning 2.
Cheaper than the train, right?
Sorry?
It's cheaper than the train to take the plane.
I'm not sure that it is. It probably is, but I'm not sure if it is faster. Unless you can board right away and if you have priority boarding and whatnot. Otherwise, with all the time it takes to get to the airport, to get checked in and whatnot, I really don't see how that could be faster on those short stints. But apparently it is. Allegedly, the flights from KLM between Brussels and Amsterdam are always filled to the brim. I'm not sure if that's with people who take cheaper flights from Belgium and use the flight to transfer, or if it is just business people who need to work in Brussels, or because otherwise, why would you take a flight that in itself only lasts 30 minutes, but with all the time it takes to get to the airport, board, get your luggage and whatnot, unless of course you don't use anything but a carry-on or something, but yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. I honestly am curious just to see what type of passengers is on board such a flight.
Afraid of trains.
I'm not afraid of airplanes, but I am afraid of trains. Yeah, I'll take the plane anywhere if I can. Go shopping, I'll take the plane.
NS lately, you never know. You may not make your...
Well, yeah, NS is not proving to be very reliable. Although, I also heard on the news, I think it was yesterday or somewhere earlier in the week otherwise, that KLM ground personnel is also looking to strike because of wage demands and whatnot. But apparently Schiphol or KLM was able to go to court and have it postponed because of the implications of when ground handling isn't working and it's a vacation period or something. It's interesting how judges can also determine if it is allowed to strike or not. Yeah, you could say that. In the meantime, KLM flight 862 is flying over there, arriving from Tokyo Narita. Last time we checked, it was arriving from the west, but apparently still assigned to the center runway. In the meantime, Hans' favorite over here, Welling, having landed. And Eva Air is also on the wrong runway. Eva Air with a 777-300ER arriving from Bangkok. Is it visible yet? Don't think I have it yet. Oh yeah, now I have. There it is. Eva Air flight 75 arriving from Bangkok, and if you look closely you may be able to see that it is producing flap tip vortices. Quite thick cables at that as well. Look at that. That is beautiful to see. Well, only temporarily. Now, no more. Or does it? Depends a bit on the lighting. Yeah, now you can see it. It's a bit further away that you more clearly see it. Right, whoa! It's still dry here, but it feels and it smells like it is going to rain sometime soon.
It's also warmed up a bit.
You think? You think?
Maybe the humidity has come up.
I'm afraid I'm not sensing the perceived warming up that you are feeling.
Maybe I'm going in the shock.
That must be it. That must be
I
it.
feel rain though.
Do you see a light anywhere already? Don't go into it. Don't venture into the light. EVA Air is in the Star Alliance livery. That's a bit of a bummer because we've seen Star Alliance liveries so often. I would have preferred to see EVA Air's standard livery instead, but there you go, such is life. Still a lovely machine. EVA Air Flight 75 arriving from Bangkok. 11 hours and 24 minutes underway. It has been traveling
Around the world, around the world.
Registration Bravo 16715. All right. Just 1 or 2 droplets have begun to fall over here.
I don't know how this works. I was going to open it, but I couldn't open it.
Ah, you only have to press the lever here. That's the only thing you need to do.
Oh, nice.
That'll automatically open it up.
I was going to use it for you.
Well, for now, I think we're still good. As long as it doesn't start raining harder than those few isolated droplets, we should still be good here. Those are just the first droplets that already are blown this way. It is indicative of rain being in the vicinity. Now, it's back to the KLM narrow bodies with another M190 over here, arriving from Trondheim. Flight 1154. Papa Hotel, Echo Zulu Papa. Anybody home? We're all busy working. Chris is doing cardio over here. Chris is also very busy. Doing a swim, having a nibble, destroying nests. Goods don't have it easy, you know. Hard workers.
Whole place to himself, though.
Whole place to himself, yeah, absolutely. Think they've chased away all the neighbors. They used to live together, happy and whatnot, and then all of a sudden one angry coot came along.
Yeah. We have the whole place to ourselves.
We also have the place almost completely to ourselves, indeed. We're the only people crazy enough to stick around here.
Yeah.
Well, we're not completely alone. That is a bit much. You can still see that there are people standing over there. The airplanes are still flying in Krabi. This is Iberia with the 75 Años Volando a Puerto Rico special livery. 75 years of flying to Puerto Rico. This is an A320, the ECMCS. Iberia flight 733, and thus far I'm not seeing anything special about this livery. Is there just a sticker on the left hand side, or has the livery been repainted to standard in the meantime? Right, so I am seeing something on the picture of flight radar, but that's on the other side of the airplane. Right. Slight drizzle. Looking at the horizon over there, it is actually looking a bit more hazy. That's usually indication of some droplets that are falling. Next airplane to the center runway is a wide-bodied Dreamliner. KLM flight 896 arriving from Shanghai in China. That's a 7879 Dreamliner, 13 hours and 12 minutes on the way. That's the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Echo. EasyJet is coming in next. EasyJet arriving from Bristol. There it is, 51 minutes on the way. It's the OE-IVF. Flight 27075. 51 minutes on the way from Bristol. And despite the crosswindy conditions that we have had here all throughout the stream, not a single airplane has gone around. They all landed in one go. So that's a big compliment to all the pilots landing here today. Bit boring for us, but boring in a good way, in a reliable way. Compliments to the pilots flying. And TWNPESC to Twin Pesk or something says, love your content, thank you for the kind words, mate. Some of the names of you guys. Not sure how to pronounce it, I probably mispronounced it, apologies if I did. Mama and the babies are running. They feel rain and it is drizzly a little bit. Question is, where is the A380? How long before it is going to arrive? It's flying over German heartland still. ETA 742.
So how do you know that's coming here? You look in the morning to see when that's leaving, or?
Well, I know that Emirates Flight 149 is flying to Schiphol and it's departing somewhere in the afternoon. So
Okay.
when I checked in the beginning of the afternoon, I could see that it was airborne already. I have filters for 747s and for A380s and the A340, for instance. So whenever these are airborne at the moment, I'm looking on Flight Radar, I can already see them. So that's a quick and easy way to see how many 747. Well, I don't go through the list per se. I just check and see what 747s and A380s are coming. Sometimes you can also go through the arrivals list to see if there are any particular special liveries that are coming. There are also other sources, websites and whatnot that you can also check. The drizzle is continuing. Yeah, Dreamliner from Korean Air, actually. Yesterday it came with the new livery. This is still the old one with the Pepsi showing. And here in the foreground we have Air France. Air France and this is Korean Air flight 95 arriving from Seoul with a capital S. Just the tiniest of droplets.
Yeah, do you want me to?
Oh no, that's fine.
Leave it open or close it?
Yeah, no, leave it open then. Definitely. No, if you
It's
if
so loud.
oh, that's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay, man. No problem. No,
Yeah, it's teeny.
this
It's a lot of.
it's yeah it's it's also impacting visibility somewhat. You can already see that the far end of the runway is already a bit obscured. That is because of the raininess.
Yeah.
Another person standing there. weathering the weather. And the next airplane approaching. That's another red wine express. What? How many of these flights are coming in from Bordeaux? That's the third in the show already that is now coming in.
For dinner in Amsterdam. Dinner in Amsterdam today.
Yeah, exactly. Visibility isn't improving with weather like we have right now. Does make me wonder if it is a good idea to continue with the stream if it is going to stay like this, knowing that the A380 is going to land on a different runway. It is already hard to see the airplanes landing on the center runway right now. That's the thing. It's making things hazy. It makes the world a bit smaller, and particularly when it is airplanes that are going to the center runway, which we know is going to happen with the A380. I'm trying to see if I can spot traffic to the center runway right now. There's supposed to be a KLM 737-900 out there that is flying in from Warsaw, and I think it ought to be out there somewhere where the camera is now pointing.
Oh, there it is.
You can see it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so wait. I had it for a moment and now it's gone again.
Above the barn.
Above the barn? Oh yeah, there it is. Thanks. Yeah, so there you go. This is what you can see already of traffic going to the center runway. It's not really that detailed or anything. Right. You know what? I think I am going to call it. I think I am going to call it quits. Yeah, they're doing a runway inspection right now. That's why there's no traffic coming to the Polderbaan at the moment. And the thing is,
Then it's gonna get.
you could already see that the rain is intensifying, and already the visibility to the center runway is shit. If the A380 had come to this runway, it would have been somewhat worthwhile sticking around for, but knowing that it is going to land on a runway further away, that already we can see the traffic to Hartley, think it is best to just call it quits, and hopefully tomorrow there'll be a window of opportunity where it's going to stay dry long enough for us to film and do a stream. So I am going to wrap it up, guys. Thank you all so much for joining me here. Apologies for not showing you the A380 that was arriving, but we did catch the A380 that left here. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I definitely did. Thank you so much, Gary, for joining me here for ground crew. An unexpected but pleasant surprise.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for coming over. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. Thanks for the likes, for the super chats, the super stickers, the gifted memberships and whatnot. You guys are what makes this channel great. Liewe and Wolfgang, thank you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible in the stream. Hope to see you all during the next one. Hopefully tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then hopefully later next week. I am going to say goodbye for now. Be safe, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon.